And good afternoon. Hey, Monday, Monday, 12 o'clock. Yep, incredible. What a weekend. Have you ever seen so much hate, lies, viciousness, backstabbing, insulting, vomiting, retching, lying? Of course you have. It's all the time on those channels. Hey, we have Hurricane. Hey, how's it going, Hurricane? Yes, right. Okay, let's lower that just a little bit. Yeah, so we've been premiering a new video each day here at the diner, and we have another one coming up today. Yep, another fantastic new video here at the diner. We'll premiere it in about 10 minutes. It's another great one. Yep, we got so much material coming up, stacked up in the pipeline. It's unbelievable. Yeah, well, all right. So, and Doc's report, how's it going? Yeah, I thought I'd just, get my new video up and make myself available for insults, put downs, and stuff like that. And then I'll, take off after a while, unless things are really moving along. So, yeah, last night I turned on the Jack's show. Comes on about 12:15 at night here. And he did a very short show. I think it was, I think it was less than a half hour. He didn't seem in the energized mood one needs to be in, like I am. You can feel the energy, just and enthusiasm, just bubbling out of my, you know, essence here. Yeah. So he wrapped it up pretty quickly last night. He didn't really touch on any topics in general. I mean, specifically that I recall. And of course, Drekovac, he was on last night as predicted. Yeah, and he was on till like 3 or 4 in the morning, his time, I think, which screaming and yelling. Screaming and yelling to 4 in the morning. I mean, it's just absolute insanity. But hey, whatever. It's incredible. Man, people, whatever. It's amazing. So, yeah, I did not watch that show. I recorded the show. I have a copy of it, in case I need future reference for anything in particular. But yeah, I'm not going to sit there and watch that. It's like walking past a mental hospital. I mean, it's just people screaming and yelling. Why would you want to talk to the people? They're just crazy. Okay. Look who's there. All right. Hello there. Hello, Max. How you doing? Davey Smalls, channel member. Is it possible that you're making a Drekovac out to be worse than he is? Oh, no. Are you kidding? How long have you been listening? Do you hear? Are you able to listen? Are your ears working properly? Do you have good auditory sensation? Of course not. No, I mean, the better question would be to ask him, is it possible that you're making Morty out to be worse than he is? And of course, he'll say yes. No. Of course, he would say no. Of course not. But but if you listen to the lies and the hate and the viciousness, of course that's what he'd say. But Davey, how long have you been listening? You haven't heard the things that come out of that Drekovac? You got to be kidding. You got to be kidding. But anyway, if you stick around with my channel, we got way more content coming up, and which will, let me say, which should more than satisfy your inquiry there. Stick around, Uritan. Morty is not hostile. That's how they say it in Canada, hostile. I don't know what they say in Canada. Morty is not hostile, nor has he allied with any of the 24 new channels, shows that now make up competitive viewing. I got some forgot. I have some interesting screenshots of Uritan over the last week or two, and I was going to present them with just a quick comment, but I can't do it now. But next show I'll put those together, because similar to what related to what Uritan says right here. Okay. I'm just trying to be fair and balanced. Fair and balanced, fair and balanced, says Davy Smalls. All right, well. And look who's here. Herman Ingram. Good afternoon, Herman. Drekovac is a cruel sociopath. Oh, that's 100%. Just go to any legitimate website, a university website, Mayo Clinic website, and look up what is a sociopath, what is a psychopath, and it's check. It's a 100% match. And besides, he admitted it long time ago. I've been listening. Okay, well then you're not listening. You're hearing, but I don't think it's not registering. But that's okay, because we'll remind the audience. Come on up soon enough. Anyway. Davy Smoltz. Herman still has be blocked. What does that mean? Can you rewrite that, please? Yeah. Okay. You know what it's like when I watch these police body cam videos? They get the person finally out of the car, and the police officer says, "Turn around, put your hands behind your back." And the person who they pulled out of the car goes, "What?" And he goes, "Turn around, put your hands behind your back." They're going to handcuff him, And he goes, "Why should I turn around?" Well, these people are mentally unbalanced. Turn around and put your hands behind your back. Why? What for? And this goes on and on several times until they finally pepper spray them or taser the person. And then they have a big, long fight, and then finally they get 5 cops on top of them, and they handcuff them and throw them in the padded cell back at the police station. So what I'm saying is the first time the person they pulled out of the car, when the officer said, "Turn around, put your hands behind your back," they heard it, but it didn't register. So I'm kind of like giving that analogy to Davey and other people who say, "I didn't hear it. Is Morty right? I didn't hear these things." So, first time, he didn't hear it. It didn't register. Second time, he may have heard it, but it didn't register. Third, fourth, fifth time, they heard it. It didn't, in one ear, out the other. So that's the kind of say. Exactly. Stop resisting. I'm not resisting, right? It's exactly. So that's what I'm saying, Davey. Your ears may have heard those, auditory vibrations, but it didn't sink in. So, but we'll take care of that coming up pretty soon. I don't know what you mean there. Herman still has be blocked. Uritan, do we have an updated penance price list? I don't use the word price. It's a penance list. Well, I guess amount, yeah. There is a crowdfunding effort to get ADNC back on the show. My former friend of many, many years, or I should say my former YouTube buddy of many, many years, has disgraced himself on more than one occasion. And I mean bigly. And he's doing it again. But listen, he's a grown adult. I mean, age-wise. I mean, emotionally, he's like a second grader, Give me back my Twinkie. You stole my Twinkie.
That's my crayon. You took my crayons. You little where my teacher? He took my crayons. I want my crayons back. That's how he's acting. But hey, whatever, and look who he allies himself with, Talk about the haters. Okay. I was listening to some of Jurekovac last night. ADNC was saying it's yourself, Breitling, are the real haters. Well, he's got issues. I mean, listen, the guy's been a businessman with real success, okay? And family life with real success. He's got a great family and great kids and prosperous life, but I don't think this is a surprise to anyone. The guy's got issues. Okay. All right. Yeah, right. And yeah, so I mean, for him to say that, what can I tell you? What did I do? I didn't do nothing, Right, exactly. I guess Jax was upset, or is upset with that guy. Well, there's a story there, which we'll be getting to in the near future. Okay, we got the point. All right. Exactly, Magpie. It's exactly what he's like. ADNC he's flipped out. Well, but he did the crap he's dead for a year or half a year, and he wouldn't come. He did that, and then he finally apologized, which we went and we moved on from there. But he still does it. He's got whatever. Okay. Max Carter. Jax got quite the face blast. Had to end early to clean off. You have to get steam cleaned, It's a mess. It's amazing. Okay, I got you. Hey, Magpie, how's it going? All right, so we had a nice group of 14 people here, and let's see, Davey. If I had a bowel blockage, it'd be kind of irritated, like ADNC, right? Give the keys to Bob. All right. Well, listen, hello, everyone. Thank you for joining the Monday afternoon show. And hello to the lurkers and the haters in the background watching the show. We had a question about the penance list. So, yeah, we can just review that for today. As I mentioned, it changes on occasion because, market conditions cause fluctuations in the penance prices or amounts, and a lot of market volatility out there, especially with the Dow over 50 grand now. It's amazing. Updated penance list, or as reflective of today, Dr. Bob 350, Golden Baba 400, AD Never Calling 1,000, Narc 2,100, Watch Nicholas 5,150, Uzi 5,450. And that guy, 21,000. There it is. And tomorrow, I'll have to check, Wall Street news and, market news and see what's going on. It might be changed tomorrow. Things might change. It's hard out there for a pimp, Oh, by the way, the truth lives at Morty's Diner. That's absolutely true. And that guy, Jurekovac, now he's using this truth. He uses all my stuff. It's just typical. Yeah. The lies live at that channel. The truth lives at Morty's Diner, and the hate. All right, let's get on to presenting today's premiere of our new video. Who's that guy? It's Jurekovac. What do you mean that guy? Okay, that guy is the cruel sociopath. Cruel. It's vicious and cruel. It's absolutely true. Okay, good to see you, Herman. All right. Would be Dick Insider. Hey, Dickens. Would be so cool if he pays 21K. Well, as I mentioned on day one when I showed the penance list a month ago or whenever, I don't expect anyone to be doing penance for their egregiously sick, twisted behavior. If they did, then they'd be readmitted back to the diner and start afresh, okay? But, the screamer, the shrieker. Incredible. There you go. That's it.
Take that back. Oh, I'm not in the mood right now. Take that back. What you said, Green Room. Yeah, amazing. Got it. Okay, so let's first go over a recent video we showed a couple days ago, one of the new ones, and then we'll follow that with today's premiere. All right, everybody. So, give me a second. This is technical stuff here, and let's try and do this. Thank you all for watching. This will be good. All right, there's the new one. And let's just, in case anybody is, yeah. So we're going to play one from a day or two ago, which is just a classic. Then we'll follow it with today's new premiere video.
What exactly is projection in psychology terms? Projection is a subconscious defense mechanism in psychology where an individual attributes their own unacceptable thoughts, feelings, motives, or traits onto another person. Instead of acknowledging their own uncomfortable emotions, such as anger or insecurity, the person projects them outward, accusing others of feeling or acting that way. Only truly sick and fucked up demented people use projection, simply because they do not want others to know about their demented thoughts, so they consistently project them onto others. Demented degenerates often use projection because they are ashamed of their own feelings, or they have a deep, sick and twisted mind they try to hide. The problem with people that project often is it really hides nothing. It just shows their true feelings of what they want and how they want it.
Wow, what a video. Holy cow. And it's all truth. If you listen carefully to that, it's filled with truths. All right, let's continue on here. Let's go with our new video premiere for today, and then we'll get back to the comments. Give me just a moment. All right.
We need to start seeing results. If we do not turn a profit soon, Morty is going to have someone's nuts in a fucking sling. I don't want to hear that he needs to shoot coke with a straw in his ass on a live stream to bring in the money, or sadistically beat a crack whore for a buck. Morty has class. He is not a degenerate ass.
There you go. Beautiful. Right. Davy Smalls. You know, the real Curly from the Three Stooges was also a dog lover. Well, almost everybody's a dog. I've read books about the Three Stooges, including there was a book written by Mo Howard. I have that. I bought that like 40 years ago, probably. And I know as much about the Three Stooges as as anybody can, as someone can know, I guess. Yeah. Moment of clarity is my favorite. All right. Green room. Do you apologize? Basil's. Afternoon. I hope you're doing your new car. Right. Maybe we'll get car news or a satisfaction level car news as the days and weeks go on. All right. Shroom, don't answer no questions. Right. Shroom, turn around, put your hands behind your back. Why? What? Okay. All right. Okay. Morty runs quite the dinner theater. Yeah. You know what I've noticed, Hurricane? Um, I get a lot of viewers here. I mean, I get the 2, 3 viewers on my channel. I get viewers on the channel sometimes, and they watch the show, and then the end of the show, that's it. All right. Then I see them on the other channels, and they're popping out $5, $2, $10, $5, $5, $10. Then the next day they're back over at my channel watching the show, and nothing. Just occasional comments, and then they go on the other hate channel, $5, $2, $5, 10. And it's a strange, bizarre situation. But anyway, exactly right. Well, the sheep are the sheeple, who suck up every word that that guy spews out. Okay. All right. Yeah, let's get some upvotes for the show. That would be nice. Okay. All right. Hurtan, Clive made it into the video as the chairman of the board. Oh, was that Clive? I didn't even think of that. Okay. I didn't think that. Magpie rode a goat, a Shetland pony, and horses, but never a sheep. Well, exactly. Class, not ass. Right. Breitling, the insane in psychosis man has his entire life to be a sadistic jerk. Oh, it's Breitling. Hey, the insane in psychosis man has his entire life to be a sadistic jerk. That deranged mind of his is unable to ever take a day off from being a career a-hole. He calls you pedo, Breitling. I heard him say that. He was, Morty and his pedo Breitling there. Pedo Breitling. What? Talk about. Well, Okay, very good. All right. Baba. No, 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 no. It's the sheep thing. All the sheep doing whatever he commands. Anyway, I have no blank screen there.
We need to start seeing results. If we do not turn a profit soon, Morty is going to have someone's nuts in a fucking sling. I don't want to hear that he needs to shoot coke with a straw in his ass on a live stream to bring in the money, or sadistically beat a crack whore for a buck. Morty has class. He is not a degenerate ass.
All right. Fantastic. All right. And Lade, Loose Tooth, you're back. Yeah, Loose Tooth. Okay. Basil's, can I have a good burger with extra gravitas? Yeah, we can do that. A lot of flip-floppers in this space, Morty. Oh, you're absolutely right, Dirk. They come here, they lurk, they watch, they laugh, they cringe, and and they go, "Boy, this show's pretty good," and then they go on the other show and join the hate. Hurricane. Morty, I can easily explain the super chat drought as being a direct effect of a dozen new channels sprouting up with a limited donor pool. But we're not discussing economics today, you said. That makes sense. I don't know what new channels are there. There's Mental Jock has a new channel. Freaky Winders, I think. Offhand, I'm not aware of any other new channels. Though I did hear Nutty ADNC saying he was going to be starting up a channel. Can you imagine how pathetic that would be, listening to him rant and he just imitate, All right, they're the ranters and imitators. Brightling, people's assessment of me are odd at best and way off base, but sometimes entertaining when they do not cross a line, which is not often. That's correct. You're right. Clyde's bathroom or boardroom? Right. Hey, Magpie. Wow, kicking it off. I feel good already. Now I feel better. I got someone's helping out, Morty. 5 pounds all the way from England. Appreciate the early show. Something for Europe to watch, enjoy. As we wind down for the day, we miss so much. So always playing catch up. Thank you very much, Magpie. I guess noon is a very good time because that's 3 in the East Coast here and 8 p.m. in England, 9 p.m. maybe in Germany. But Australia, where some of the haters are, what time would it be in Australia? Let me look it up here. Australia would be overnight. Yeah. Oh, it's 7:30 in the morning in Australia. So, yeah, maybe noon is a very good time. That's good to know. Dirk, it was more of a gruff voice if it were Clive. Right. All right. Let me remove that video. And let's add on another video. Maybe some viewers in the afternoon here haven't seen before in our new series. Okay, 1 second. This is highly technical stuff. There we go. This is a great one.
Even the truly majorly insane have moments of clarity. It is not often, but sometimes they can get it right when they truly know the truth, and it is outwardly communicated outside of the fantasy land in which they live. This is the demented and deranged. A moment of clarity.
Mental fucking illness is everywhere in this fucking whole. I gotta honestly say, my assessment, I think Crappie's the most normal fucking person out of everybody.
Yeah. That's a good point. He's a nice guy.
I gotta honestly say, my assessment, I think Crappie's the most normal fucking person out of everybody.
Yeah, that's a good point. He's a nice guy.
He is a nice guy. Even the crazies know he is a nice guy. A sane guy. That Morty, he is a nice guy. The asylum knows that Morty is a nice guy.
Yeah, Yeah, it's a good point. You know, he's a nice guy.
Mental fucking illness is everywhere in this fucking whole.
The demented, the deranged, no Morty is a nice guy.
Yeah, it's a good point. You know, he's a nice guy.
Mental fucking illness is everywhere in this fucking whole. I gotta honestly say, my assessment, I think Crappie's the most normal fucking person out of everybody.
Yeah, it's a good point.
I gotta honestly say, my assessment, I think Crappie's the most normal fucking person out of everybody.
Yeah, that Morty. Oh, he's a nice guy. Nice guy. The demented, the deranged, no more. There is a nice guy. Even the crazies know. Nice guy. Nice guy.
It's nice guy Morty here, Monday afternoon. All right. Wow. Breitling. Yeah, the pedo comments certainly cross a line with the demented sadist. But projection is his thing, which is concerning, right? Well, you know, can't just slip in and out. Someone will spy you. Which one? The mental, the insane asylum, or the projection? I mean, we got a lot of videos going on now. No, I don't know anything about Rick and Morty, the animated thing. I don't know about it. Nice guy, really great, catchy tune. I'd like to see Donna Summer sing that song. That would be great, but that's not going to happen. All right, let me clear the screen here. There we go. All right. Well, Monday afternoon, I'll put the invite link up in a few minutes if anybody would like to join the show.
Maybe it's time for me to start reflecting on what I'm actually doing with my life. No ambition, no goals, no real life. Just live streaming, 12 hours a day. Why does Curly say I'm gay? So many people just assume I'm gay. Maybe I am. What about that experience in high school? Did it all start in high school? I think it's time to start thinking about my life.
Wow, fantastic. Fantastic. And let's get that off. Very nice. Let's do a screen share and then we'll get the invite link up. One moment, please. There's one of our viewers. Stand by. Need some music in the background. All right. And I'll tell you what I have to do is take care of technical things here. I'll be back in very less than half a minute. All right?
Come on, but like, dude, what do? I lost so much money. Seriously, I didn't know I could lose this much money this fast. I'm so pissed. I lost so much money today, so much money yesterday. I lost like 3 Yacht Masters in like a couple days. 3 Yacht Masters. 3 Yacht Masters. 3 Yacht Masters. 3 Yacht Masters.
Well, that was more than 30 seconds. Turns out I didn't have to take care of what I thought I had to take care of technical-wise. All right. And Hurritan, £5 Canadian. Here's a list of current Morty competitors. Thank you very much, Hurritan. All right. Drekovac. Watch Nicholas. If he's coming back, he'll be back. All right. Marcelo. I can't imagine, that somebody out there, if they saw Marcelo was on and Morty was on, that person would go, nah, I think I'll watch Marcelo. Tweet. But, what can you do? Okay, Angelic, right? Pyro. Well, Pyro does a show with Green Room, isn't that right? Or does he have his own show? Jax, okay, right. Freaky Winders, that's correct. T-Dubs, okay. Soon, Bateman, AD Never Calling, JB, and Panerai Ferrari. I don't know anything about Panerai Ferrari. I've heard the name. I don't recall if I know who that is, which means I'm going senile. Okay, thank you for that information, Hurritan. If I were one of the viewers out there and I saw that list, I would look at Pyro channel, Angelic channel, until the haters would come on, those people, then I would leave. And I would watch the Morty channel. JB channel might be interesting. He might have some good rants and stories there about New Jersey. So that might have potential. Yeah, I might watch that. Bateman, the same old. ADNC, no, that's the mental institution. Jock, Freaky Winders, yeah, that could be good. Yeah. Jax, I do watch Jax sometimes. Marcelo, jeez. Okay. Magpie, is Jax a competitor? Hurritan, he was on here the day. I got along great with Jax. I don't know when I first bumped into him, maybe a year ago, maybe longer. He's been on the show many times. We get along great. Yeah. All right. Link for Jax, and Morty. Gigadwa. How about link for Gigadwa? Right. Okay. The updated music. Yes. All right. That's not really, but I guess I heard Jax. That's not really an answer, Hurritan, but can say I've heard Jax bump at more. There's nothing going on with Jax and Morty. We get along fine. I never, well, I'm not going to say. All right. Right. Well, the thing is, you see, this channel's been here for over 7 years, making $2 a show or less. So, on average, so the channel stays here, the money doesn't impact whether the diner operates or doesn't operate or continues operating. Okay. Good evening, Dodger. All right. Hurritan, he was asking why the money's not everywhere. I said there's only so many shows people can watch or go to. Yeah, that's a completely valid point. But what's also uniquely interesting is that the Freak Show gets money from the same people that watch my show very often but don't donate. Then they go to the Freak Show and they spend their money, which I guess, look, you can't deny a good Freak Show in the traveling carnival makes money in every town it goes to. People want to see the freaks. It's sick, it's twisted, it's demented, but people want to see the freaks. And freak shows have been around for hundreds of years, and people will pay a dime to get in the tent and look at the freaks. So I kind of get that part. All right. Bitcoin is now 70,624. I don't have any Bitcoin, so it doesn't matter. I can give blood if that's any use. Thank you for the offer, but I can't use the blood. Hey, Mega Value, 99-cent super sticker. Thank you very much. You see, that's all it takes. 99 cents. Make Morty happy, keep the diner, prosperous, and yeah, well, okay. All right. Talking about blood and silver and did Marcelo get deported from Japan? Their new prime minister didn't mess around. I don't know anything with the latest about Marcelo. Right. Okay. Well, there's the Green Room channel. Right. Pyro appears there. I don't know if Pyro has his own channel, but I would watch that. Magpie, Mrs. Dodger probably knows it. Monday evening blessings to Mrs. Dodger. Tea and Tickers. That's right. Another channel. Austin Daniels. I haven't seen his channel in quite a while, but you're right. Dirk, so Jax entertains me. He actually does. Although he entertains me like going to the zoo watching the ape fling his dung. Right. Oh, is that what it is? Drekovac didn't appreciate Jax's appearance on the show? Is that what you're saying? He didn't appreciate Jax appearing on the Morty's Diner 2 nights ago? Mm-hmm. Well, I have a copy of Drekovac's show from last night where he, went off onto his hate tirades, but I didn't watch it. I saw it was on. I knew he'd be, exploding at the toilet bowl with hate and sadism and viciousness, but I just, I have a copy, just, for the future, just, put it in the library, that's all. No one mentioned the Dodger show. There's also the Thomas Burnett show. He does a regular watch show. Yeah. I mean, a regularly appearing watch show. Right. Uh-huh. Take that back, Green Room. What you said. That's not the right delivery. It's like these pretzels are making me thirsty. No, that's not right. I gotta work up to that. Okay. Competition is good, but too much competition waters everything down. Correct. It's like the shitcoin phenomenon. You got the Shiba Inu coin and all these other shit coins and Bitcoin and Ethereum and all these shit coins. You got the Haktua girl shit coin, which Uzi lost $30,000 on. If I recall correctly, he lost $30,000 on the Haktua coin. And then the ones that have lasting power and stamina and offer something, they stay. All right. Dirk, you watch Tim. Does that guy teach you? I don't know anything about that. All right. Hey, Dodger, 25 Polish zlotys, it's called. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that note of support there from Poland. Thank you very much. Hurritan, Morty, competition leads to survival of the fittest. How will you improve the diner in 2026 as Watch Nicholas takes a few weeks to contemplate life choices as depicted in your clip? All right. How will you improve the diner? Well, first off, we've updated the menu. We've revised the menu. We removed some of the very unpopular dishes, the Watch Nicholas special, the Dr. Bob special, the 80 Never Calling club sandwich special. Those are gone. Oh, the chicken sandwich, yeah. Those have been removed. Okay. And we have new additions to the YouTube celebrity menu, which will be very enticing for the audience. That's one move. And we're sweeping up the parking lot. We're cleaning up some of the litter out there, you know. How will you, and we got the great new daily video content, which is just staggeringly fantastic. Right, okay. Jamie Opulence has a show. I'm not aware of that. Aussie Expat, he does have his own channel, and that he does videos. Does he actually do live streams? I don't recall if he does. Thomas is nice, but talks too slow for someone with ADDF like me. I constantly finish his sentences, and that's not entertaining. Ooh, Magpie. Wow. Well, you two guys are not far from each other. You can meet for a beer and work that out. Okay. And now you repeat yourself. Thomas is nice, but talks too slow for someone with ADD like me. I constantly finish his sentences and chats. You're definitely demonstrating the ADD thing here. Yeah, that's it, right. The Watch Nicholas special gave me heartburn, right. Dirk Diggler, Magpie, that's funny because you talk a mile a minute, right. Perth Luxury also came back too. Yeah, you know, I've heard his name, and I don't think I've ever seen him as a panelist or as a show, so I don't know. Rufus, will my sandwich make it on the Morty menu? Well, that's it's being considered by the board. Okay. Hey, Aussie. Hey, how's it going? Because I rarely host a live stream. Yeah, Aussie has really real watch content on his show, plus the latest from AVM and the porn business, you know, and firearm stuff. So it's good videos there. Mega Value, will you add liver and onions to the menu? You know, no one's ever asked for liver and onions. And the only problem, or I think the main problem with liver and onions is when you cook it, it really stinks up the place. And a lot of people don't like that that aroma of liver and onions. So that would be a difficult one if one of the celebrities wanted to use a liver and onion special. That would be tough. Got it. Okay. Take that. Now you take that back. What you said, Green Room. Nah, it's still not there. You take that back. No, that's not. I can't do it right now. To be fair, what Thomas has to say is worth listening to, especially if it's watches. Well, of course, all right. If it's interesting, I'll rewatch at 1.5 speed. Right. Some of the videos I watch at double speed or triple speed. You know, hey, we have a guest backstage. Just let me catch up on the comments, and we'll bring on a super guest. Davey Smalls, channel member. I'm gonna construct my sandwich, then I'll message you. Hurritan, I would say that with the Shadowlands getting crowded, plastic has a high likelihood of being reborn in the Church of AC3. Only until then will the exorcisms commence. All right, and let's bring on a guest.
Hi, Crappy.
Hey, Jamie Opulence. Wow.
Hi.
Hey, how's it going, man?
It's going good. I'm just a quick one. I'm just calling to say I'm going to bed now.
Oh, Fantastic.
I just want to say good night.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Did you see the newest videos on my channel?
No, I'm just tucking up for the night.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe
my head
you'll
down.
see them pretty soon. Just check in again.
Yeah.
They'll be playing them. They're fantastic.
All right, mate. I'll catch you later. Good night. Good
Thank
night,
you very
Crappy.
much, Jamie. Good night.
Good night, sir.
See you.
Bye-bye.
Wow, that was really nice. How about that? Okay. Let's get back here. No, it was Jamie, not Aussie, but Davy Smalls. Does Blondie have a sandwich? Can I pay one for her too? Well, yeah, Blondie. I haven't approached her if she wanted a sandwich because I don't know if she wants to. I don't know, but she definitely would be worthy of being on the celebrity menus. No question about that. So we'll see, maybe. All right. Yeah. You know, it doesn't have to be shirtless Twister. It can be naked Twister. Remember that one? That was unbelievable. All right. All right. I have a feeling we will see Jamie get his own show on the Docs CFN. You know, that was being discussed, and we don't know what goes on behind the scenes at the CFN, so it's who knows? Yeah. Dodger. Hello, Slurms. Mackenzie's there. All right. You'll make her a sandwich. Got it. Okay. Okay, Dirk, we get it. Okay. The Higgins lobster roll has been removed from the menu with Morty German relations going the way of the currywurst. No, that's our absolute number one most elegant item on the menu. The Higgins eggs Benedict the lobster eggs Benedict. By the way, I've got to say, I have a picture that was just sent to me recently. And let me see if I can find it very quickly enough because I hadn't planned on this, but I might be able to do this. Just give me one moment. Let me see if I can do this. I got to remove some other stuff here. This will be good. Just let me work this out here. I'm pushing buttons, trying to get it, see if I can get it here. Speaking of the YouTube celebrity menu, look at this. This is an official picture of the Jack's chicken sandwich. It's here in the kitchen. It's not on the, it's not been plated and served to the customer. It's just in the kitchen here, but it's ready to be put on our dinner plate and the waitress bringing it out to serve it. That is the Jack's chicken sandwich. Look at that sandwich. Holy cow. So it's focaccia or what's that other bread? I can't think. I'm turning into Joe Biden. What's that word? Focaccia or the other kind of bread? You got the chicken breasts, you got the provolone, you got the red peppers, and I need to look at the menu to get the exact details there. But so one of these a day is all you need. That's it. One of these a day, and then you can drink Sky soda. Was it Sky? Is that what it's called? And then have all the Sky soda, have all the ski soda you want, and you get there every day, no problem. And you'll soon develop a habit of keeping your house extra clean, which is an added benefit of the daily chicken sandwich here. But what a great looking sandwich. Look at that. Ciabatta, that's it. Focaccia or ciabatta bread with chicken breast. I have to look at the menu again to get the details exact, but that's an actual picture of it, the real thing. Okay, let's continue with the chat. Dodger, sadly, our show on the Docs Network didn't happen. Yeah, it was the Jamie and Dodger show, or the Dodger and Jamie show. That, for whatever reason, didn't work out. I can't wait to see Jock and Dodger babysitting Easy Company in Hanoi. Yeah, I would be watching that. Yeah. Are your lobsters freshly boiled daily? That's a trade secret. I can't reveal how we source and prepare our lobsters. Sorry. Yeah, it's a damn good sandwich. One of these and a ski soda or liquid death can of water, and you've got it for the day. Yeah. Yeah, it's focaccia or ciabatta bread. I have to look at the menu. I can't remember all the ingredients. Yeah. Dodger, all I have planned is dinner with Easy and our ladies. Right. No, we don't use Wonder Bread. That's poison. Yeah. Docs, if I saw that sandwich alongside the pizza slices at Costco, I'd buy it. Listen, I would too. If I was at Costco and I saw the choice of hot dog and soda, pizza and soda, or, Pepsi or whatever, this chicken sandwich, and then they also have a turkey. I would get this chicken sandwich. They have the chicken, baked chicken roll thing, but I would get this. Absolutely. Dirk Diggler, I always assumed Jax was a 7-Eleven hot dog guy. Now, I don't know if I've ever had a hot dog from 7-Eleven. That must be made from the lowest quality hot dog ingredients. They must grind up the genitals, ears, snouts, heart, lung, hoofs, feet, ankles. I can't imagine what the ingredients are in a 7-Eleven hot dog. Wow. I would wager to say that a hot dog at Wawa or Buc-ee's is way superior to a 7-Eleven hot dog. Yeah, Perry. I mean, damn good looking sandwich. I mean, Jax has been talking about the sandwich for dozens and dozens of times, and here finally we get to see it. And it gets a total thumbs up from everybody. Damn good looking sandwich. Okay, let's continue on the comments. Ski soda. Couple lines of Dirk Diggler, a ski soda, couple lines of blow, and a pack of Marlboro Reds. Well, you're set for the whole day with that. Some Zinn pouches and the chicken sandwich. You're good to go. The real Perry. I always take home a couple of dogs from Costco. Nothing wrong with Costco hot dogs. I didn't know anybody would take them home, but I guess why not? Yeah. Yes, we said Wawa. JB, hey man, JB's on the menu. By the way, JB's on the menu with his Jersey Kumquat King sandwich, or whatever it's called, and we're revising that in meetings with JB. We're revising his sandwich. Believe it or not, in the last 6 months since introducing the menu, or longer, we haven't had one customer ask for the JB Kumquat King sandwich. So we're gonna change JB's menu choice there, menu offering there. Does JB's sandwich come with the side of oreja de porco? Well, I don't know what that is. Something pig? What is that? Ham, bacon, or something? Okay. JB. Why is it on upside down Tupperware? Why is it on an upside down Tupperware lid? Well, let's look at that. Is that an upside down? It is upside down. No, I don't know. It is. Well, maybe because, who knows? But well spotted. Okay. Let's see. When I want a colon cleanse, I eat a couple of Costco hot dogs. Yeah, that would do the trick. Right. Jax's struggle to breathe through his nose made me quit doing coke. Really? Wow. I've had Costco hot dogs, and there's nothing wrong with them at all. I don't like the hot dog buns. They're extremely heavy and doughy, but I peel off most of the I peel away probably half of the I take off most of the hot dog bun. I keep on just enough to hold it, it's just way too much bread. Who are the degenerates and the haters? You've got to be kidding. You don't know who they are? Mark the Shark. Pretty sure Jax likes the foot-long home wrecker hot dogs. I'm not sure if I know what you mean there, but, All right.
We need to start seeing results. If we do not turn a profit soon, Morty is going to have someone's nuts in a fucking sling. I don't want to hear that he needs to shoot coke with a straw in his ass on a live stream to bring in the money, or sadistically beat a crack whore for a buck. Morty has class. He is not a degenerate ass.
Yeah. Yep. Class, not a degenerate ass. Boris, hello, Boris. Has the famous penance list been updated since last night? Well, I reviewed the penance list. If anybody is, let me bring it up again. Let me get that page back on the screen. Gotta find it. Yeah, here's current market conditions reflective of volatility in the markets and fluctuations on a daily basis. This is the current penance list. There you have it. All right. Dirk, Jax's low testosterone made me quit doing coke. Wow. Jax is being pushed out of his time slot. You think so? I don't think so. No way. Okay. The Real Perry TV. My first time on this station, live. It's pretty darn good. What do you mean? It's pretty fucking great. What are you talking about? Yeah, Perry, glad to see you watching the channel. We got great stuffs here. Jax is a star. I agree. He just needs the right spot. Well, I think he has a good time spot at midnight. I heard him mention on his show last night some people doing shows at his same time, which, I can see why he thinks that's annoying. Some people doing a show before he comes on. I've done that, like pop up at 11 p.m. and do a show till about midnight, maybe 10, 15 minutes into his show, but then I wrap it up. Maybe a couple times I did that. But, the 11 to 12 o'clock slot is pretty much open. I mean, the hater is screeching away on the other channel, but that doesn't matter to me. I'll still do a show regardless. And listen, the people want to listen to to Drekovac shrieking all night. Yeah, he's there shrieking away, in wearing a Louis Vuitton straitjacket. So, go ahead and watch it. But sometimes I don't plan on a show, and then 11 p.m. I go, wow, this is a good time. I can do a 1-hour show. Yeah. All right, let's see. Gigadwa, he's going to have to give up his testosterone intake or he's fucked. No, I don't think so. Jack sounds compared to the haters and the shriekers and the psychopaths, he sounds like a very rational kind of guy. All right, Boris. What would it take to cut the AD Never Calling dollar figure less? I miss him. Well, that's a very interesting question. Well, it would take Donald Trump to negotiate the deal. Because he is the deal maker, and he can bring people together, you know. So he can bring countries together. He could certainly negotiate the peninsula situation. But AD's out of control. He's flipped out. I mean, just listen to him the last week or so. He's flipped out. He's lost it. So I don't know if it needs to be negotiated, actually. Wrenches are for $250 at this channel. That is correct. People have asked, how do I get a wrench on Morty's Diner? And providing the person is acceptable, wrenches can be obtained for a $250 Cash App or Ko-Fi or PayPal, not a super chat. If you wanted to super chat, you'd have to add 30% to the $250. Just being, just stating the obvious. You think that's ridiculous? I don't think so. Davey Smalls, I'll pay $100 for a wrench right now. Listen, I appreciate your negotiation. You want to, make a deal. And so it's like Doc's buying that car. He said, I'll offer 16. And the dealer goes, I'll offer you 24. And then Doc said, I'll give you 16. And the dealer goes, you fuck, what? And he goes, well, I'll go 23. And he goes, nope, 16. And then he says, well, we'll have to get back to you. So I have to give you the same answer. But no, the deal's 250. I mean, and let's be real. If any of the wealthy people out there can afford 100, they can easily afford 250. It's the same. 100, 200, 250, it's all the same thing when you're at that level of financial health. Well, I can tell you what's not normal. Okay? Yeah. I can definitely tell you what's not normal. Oh, hold on. This is too difficult. Let me try it again. Keep pushing the wrong buttons here. You asked the question, what is normal? It's a fair question. But I can tell you what's not normal.
What exactly is projection in psychology terms? Projection is a subconscious defense mechanism in psychology where an individual attributes their own unacceptable thoughts, feelings, motives, or traits onto another person. Instead of acknowledging their own uncomfortable emotions, such as anger or insecurity, the person projects them outward, accusing others of feeling or acting that way. Only truly sick and fucked up demented people use projection, simply because they do not want others to know about their demented thoughts, so they consistently project them onto others. Demented degenerates often use projection because they are ashamed of their own feelings, or they have a deep, sick and twisted mind they try to hide. The problem with people that project often is it really hides nothing. It just shows their true feelings of what they want and how they want it.
Oh man, that video makes me laugh so hard. My head feels like it's going to just split open. It's like, oh, painful. It's incredible. All right. Fantastic. Let's catch up on some comments. So that answers the question, what is normal? What is definitely not normal? Dirk is being a gaff. I don't know what that means. Maybe that's Portuguese. Up Morty, as in take more. I can't make out what that is. Okay. Boris, if I write a short story and I makes you laugh, can you pardon AD never come? No, that's not a case of giving a pardon. I mean, the person needs to do penance, you know. What does a wrench entitled you to? Awesome feelings of power and control. AD's at risk of never being invited back to Wawa's. Wow. Doc's report. My purchase negotiations are clearly mischaracterized now, and your conversation with Bateman. Really? I thought we heard your show where you talked about buying the car. So, yeah. Bateman is homeless. Exactly. What is gaff? Bateman needs a channel to... Are people's keyboards not working today? Bateman needs a keyboard to roost on, maybe. Well, CFN, Central Florida Network. Oh, here it is. Yeah, roost. Might have, we'll see, you know. Drekovac says he doesn't do homoerotic talk. Now, are you serious? You have got to be, you're just pulling my leg here. You're joking, right? Are you kidding? Drekovac says he doesn't do homoerotic talk. Every other thing he talks about is sucking dick and jizz and cum and cock and penis and delusional, right? Yeah, he did a hate fest last night. He did a lengthy Morty hate tirade. Yeah, I didn't watch it. I made a copy of it, but I didn't watch it. Well, I listened to it. It's I push a button here and he goes crazy. It's a total Pavlovian setup I got here. I push a button and he freaks out for 2 hours, screaming and yelling. He was on till 4 o'clock in the morning, I think, his time, screaming. I was at my desk and I was on the phone talking to somebody very, very late at night in another country. This is absolutely true. And my headphones were on my desk while I was recording, the Drekovac shrieking show. And I could hear out of the headphones lying on my desk 3 feet from me, I could hear screaming and shrieking coming out of the headphones. I looked at the clock and it was like 2 or 3 o'clock my time, which is like 3 or 4 o'clock Midwest time. Can you understand the insanity, the derangement of what's going on here? Who sits in there by their computer 4 o'clock in the morning screaming, yelling, ranting, raging? Hate. Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. But all I have to do is push the button here and he goes off on a hate tirade. It's totally Pavlovian. It's incredible. Yeah. People are jealous of Bateman putting on successful shows. Oh, really? Well, how about that? Hating the haters is hate. That's not true at all. No, standing up for what's right. If you hate, and this is not an analogy to what's going on in Chicago, but if you got a guy like Hitler taking over your country, so you tell people around town, I hate this fucking guy. He's destroying our country. He's destroying Germany. That doesn't make you a hater. That makes you a patriot. And someone saying the right thing at high risk to their well-being, So it makes you commendable, makes you impressive. Hating the haters is necessary. Hating the haters is the thing to do. It's what separates losers and sheep from men. Not, gerbil enthusiasts. Ah, okay. Got it. Appreciate that. The backward aspect. Okay, Mark the Shark. Doc's 3-cylinder engine. Oh, got it. Okay, that's not nice to say. Is that the real JB? Why would you say that? I had a very good discussion with Shot in the Dark last night about 3-cylinder engines and the difference between a 4 and a 3 and why they have 3s. And yeah, it made sense to me. How does Drekavax better? I have no idea. It must be a padded room because you can scream all night and the sound doesn't, leak out of that room. I don't know how it's possible, but I can't get involved in that kind of thing. Right. Davey Smalls, did you hear what Narc said about the H guy? Who's the H guy? What do you think about that for a second? The H guy. Oh, right. No, not at all. And I really do I need to hear that? Okay. Brightling, live streaming for 8 hours. Well, it's 12 hours. Sometimes he goes 12 hours. Yeah. I think a couple of days ago he was on different the channels combined. It was over 12 hours. What a retirement that is. Just screaming into a microphone in a padded room for 12 hours a day. Live streaming for 8 hours. Oh, wait a minute, that's a dictionary word. Wait a minute. Live streaming for 8 hours, denigrating people while crossing the line into pedophilia, racism, and a person's personal life is hate. True satire, I would argue, is slightly different. Well, of course. Well, he doesn't know what satire is. He's never read Jonathan Swift. He doesn't know. Robert Benchley, he has no idea. Okay. Boris, Morty, I fell asleep listening to Drekavac, and that screaming he did for a couple minutes woke me up. It was quite funny. Well, it's like listening to I've worked in hospital emergency rooms. That's a whole story there. And people come in, screaming, some of them are just crazy and some of them are, dying. Seriously suffering from pain and screaming and the moaning. But I swear I heard it coming out of my headphones. The screaming and yelling and raging at 3 o'clock in the morning. Unbelievable insanity. But we're all entitled to our opinions, right? The pedo name is a bit below the belt. Well, depends how you look at it. If you're a psychopath, it's not below the belt. If you're a psychologically healthy, balanced person, of course it's below the belt. But he loves anything, below the belt, if you know what I mean. And I believe that you do. Dirk, mark my words, if Bateman signs with the Central Florida Network and pulls in the chat numbers and possible money, that I think he could, Jax will lose his shiat. I don't know. I think Jax... I think they both can do well. Doc's report. Death spiral. Squirrely relies on Morty for material. Well, let me read the comment. Death spiral. Squirrely relies on Morty for material. Morty uses Squirrely for material. Hate. Round you go. Round and round, walk away. Well, okay, that's your opinion. That's fine. Yeah, I comment to expose. He comments for deviant pleasure. That's the difference. Okay, deviant, sadistic. I don't know what kind of pleasure. Yeah, because it's psychopathic. But all right, very good. Yeah, we got 32 viewers. Thank you, everybody, for watching Morty's Diner. And speaking of that, psychopathic pleasure.
Even the truly majorly insane have moments of clarity. It is not often, but sometimes they can get it right when they truly know the truth, and it is outwardly communicated outside of the fantasy land in which they live. This is the demented and deranged. A moment of clarity.
Mental fucking illness is everywhere in this fucking whole. I gotta honestly say, my assessment, I think Crappie's the most normal fucking person out of everybody.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point. You know, he's a nice guy.
I gotta honestly say, my assessment, I think Crappie's the most normal fucking person out of everybody.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point. You know, he's a nice guy.
He is a nice guy. Even the crazies know he is a nice guy. A sane guy. That Morty, he is a nice guy. The asylum knows that Morty is a nice guy.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point. You know, he's a nice guy.
Mental fucking illness is everywhere in this fucking whole.
The demented, the deranged, no Morty is a nice guy.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point. You know, he's a nice guy.
Mental fucking illness is everywhere in this fucking whole. I gotta honestly say, my assessment, I think Crappie's the most normal fucking person out of everybody.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point.
I gotta honestly say, my assessment, I think Crappie's the most normal fucking person out of everybody.
Yeah, that Morty. Oh, he's a nice guy. Nice guy. The demented, the deranged, no more. There is a nice guy. Even the crazies know. Nice guy. Nice guy.
By the way, if anybody was wondering, they're both wearing Burberry's luxury straitjackets. They're expensive, but you know, they go for the luxury. Jesus, absolutely, JB. Right. All right. Pavel. Hey, Pavel. Jax's show seems to be running out of gas. It's basically just him checking his PayPal. Jesus. It's basically just him checking his PayPal, sniffing. This is brutal. Sniffing, groaning, and moaning that Bateman isn't there. Wow. What a review. Hey, Perry, the man's got the energy of a 30-year-old. Which man? You see, now, Davey, again, he says, you're putting a lot of mileage on these clips. Now, you see, when Watch Nicholas played Baby Cow 100, 200, 300, 400, 500 times, did you ever post on the Nicholas show, hey, you're putting a lot of mileage on these clips? No. You know, when the other channels play the T-dubs floating around in a balloon and docks on an island clips dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of times. Davey, do you ever say in the chat, hey, you're putting a lot of mileage on these clips? No. But when you come here, you say, oh, you're putting a lot of mileage on these clips. Whatever. Whatever. All right. Very good. The invite link is up if anybody wants to come on and talk about whatever. There's all kinds of things to talk about besides, you know, clips and certain people. You don't know what I posted and didn't post. I watch every show. I've got 5 computer screens here, baby. Yeah, by the way, I caught on the Jack show, when I was watching Jack's show last night, okay, and Drekovac put a comment in Drax's, Drekovac put a comment in Jax's live chat. and it said something like, "Yeah, Paul, doing what we can, LOL." So Jax read the comment. It's like, what does that mean? Who's Paul? So he looked at it again and he goes, "Yeah, Paul, doing what we can, LOL." And Jax and Bob were like, "Who's Paul? What is that comment?" And then Bob said, Curly might have posted that on the wrong show. So I was recording I was not using my primary computer. So I looked over at the primary computer, which was on record mode for the hate fest, that guy's hate fest. And at that exact time, a guy named Paul in the chat said, "Wow, you're doing a great video, great quality video, or great memes you got here," something like that. And then that guy immediately replied, "Yeah, doing what we can, Paul, LOL." So he's got multiple screens going on. Okay, he's got the Jack show going on. He's doing live his show. Who knows what other screens he's got going on, and multiple keyboards and multiple mouses. So he saw the comment on his show, "Hey, that was a good video content, man." And then he typed in on the Jack's channel, "Doing what we can, Paul, LOL." That's a fact. Unbelievable. And Bob picked up on that as well. And he said, "Yep, incredible." Who knows how many screens he's got on at the same time. He's recording and watching everything. What a life. Okay, let's catch up on the comments. Been here for an hour and a half already. Wow, time flies when you're suffering. Okay. Jax is fine. I agree, he's doing fine. He needs to make an adjustment. You can't or should not rely on guests. Bob needs to get off his ass and converse with Jax. Well, I think a production meeting maybe is in the works there over at the CFN. Wow. You don't know what yeah, right. Okay, we got that. Aussie Expat. Hey, Morty. Want to go through the political compass? I'll jump on. Yeah, we can talk politics, but we can talk about anything. Yeah. Dub's eclipse are fantastic. You think so? All right. You can't even remember what city I live in. I told you 5 times. You told me not to say. I'm not going to tell you, but I remember. Yeah. And we got this again. Dax's constant groaning and sniffing, totally normal behavior. Right. Well, look, you got a choice. You got one person using your terms, your description. One person constantly groaning and sniffing. You got another guy constantly choking, slobbering, screaming, ranting, insulting, sodomizing. I'll go for the groaning and sniffing, or any time over that. Okay. Pavel, hey, Jax. Pavel, get fucked, loser. Wow. Pavel, get the fuck out of Fucktown. Get out of Fucktown, honey. All right. Pavel, Jack sounded genuinely heartbroken about. Oh yeah, you see. I saw that thumbnail of Drekovac's show last night. I saw it pop up, before I clicked on it to record the show, whatever. And talk about the gayness. The guy is just fixated with gayness. On that same page of his show, his main page, he's got a thumbnail of O'Sheen and some other guy walking together shirtless. That sounds like watch Nicholas back in high school with the priest watching all the shirtless boys playing track and field events and stuff, He just fantasizes and focuses on men. O'Sheen, myself, Tim, Docs, Jax, shirtless O'Sheen. The gayness, it all goes back to that projection video I played just recently. It's absolutely amazing. Yeah. Well, he's talked about things, he admitted those things. We got the clips. He admitted what he did, And who knows how often, Lurking and streaming at the same time takes extreme skill. Well, it takes extreme skill. That's a lot of multitasking, you know. But when you're on the cotton candy kush, you know, you got some extra, you know, oomph to keep you going, you know. You know, if you're a train engineer if you're a Greyhound bus driver driving from Idaho to Phoenix, that's, you know, you got to bring a couple thermos bottles of coffee to keep you and be pushing that coffee the whole trip. You got to be alert, baby. Yeah. Well, yeah. When you're all cotton candy cushed out, you know, things happen. Wow, I think okay, let's see. The link is up. I'll put the link up again. Anybody can hop on and we can talk about anything, you know, for the most part. Okay. Rufus, one thing I noticed about you, what is all this Jax stuff? One thing why don't people go on Jax's show to talk to Jax? Because he'd like panelists. So go talk to the man, you know, directly. But okay. Rufus, one thing I noticed about you, Jax, if you're asked to do the notes, you won't do them. Then you come over here and we got an extended notes. Something to think about. I think what happened when Jax appeared here 2 nights ago is he felt he was in a safe space. Not that he needs a liberal Democrat fucktard's safe space, but he just felt this is not a hostile environment. It's a safe space. You can talk to Morty and relax, kick back, you know, and, pop open a liquid death can of water and just talk. He was in a good mood and we just got talking. But, but the notes are one of his show's top features. No question about that. All right, 31 viewers. Let's take a look at the thumbs up, thumbs down. See what we got here. Haven't looked all this time. One thumbs up. Are you fucking people kidding me? 9 thumbs up. All right. Well, 9 out of 30. Oh, Jesus. Come on. Is it going to kill you? Click the thumbs up. You're not going to give me a 99-cent super chat. At least give me a thumbs up. All right, let me refresh that page again. 11. All right, somebody listened. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Lemon Kush and C4 energy drinks. What the hell are C4 energy drinks? I don't even know what that is. Because Jax will time you out or ban you. Well, but stand up and talk to whoever you're talking to. Go talk to the man himself. You know. I used to talk to Drekovac years ago, or a long time ago, before I realized it was a hopeless case. And it's just, he talks about me being on the dungeon, and then I used to go on the dungeon quite often. I had some really fun there, talking to Angelic and other people. But at some point, I realized this whole thing is fucking nuts. I can't deal with this. So I left. But I remember talking to Drekovac once. As a matter of we were talking about cheese. A cheese brand from way back. Sweet Munchy Cheese, maybe it was called. And we talked about Kringles. A Danish bakery item, Kringles, and it was very nice. That was before he exploded all over me, He actually invited me to his house. Yeah, he really did. He said, you come up here, you stop by at the house, we'll have dinner. And I said to him, well, I don't doubt that. It would be a very nice time and a good dinner, but I question if I'll be able to escape out of the house alive, But, yeah, so... Yeah, but those were the days before he was exploding every night, like Old Faithful, up in Wyoming. He was here to victory lap over Nick. That's it. Well, we talked about that, right? Hey, we have a guest backstage. Give me 1 second, please. Let me catch up. Unk's on the C4 now, Jackson. No stopping him now. We're going to have to double down on the ghost. All these products for caffeine and to amp everybody up is just unbelievable. JB, Doc, shut up. Let the guy do his thing. Fucko. He can go to other channels as well. Right? I did find it hilarious. Jack said he can get laid anytime. Anybody can get laid anytime. There's no skill in that. Jack's doing the notes here. Surely worked out well for you, Morty. I'm not complaining at all, Rufus. We had a really nice chat. It was a good show. All you have then is Corolla Cornball. Oh, by the way, one of the let me get the guest on. Hey, Aussie.
Good day.
Good day.
How you
Yeah,
doing?
I just want to say one of the quotes of last year that really was memorable was speaking of Cornball from JB. He was Drekovac was screaming at JB about something, you know, in one of his tirades. And he said, "You're about as important to me as the corn in my shit." Okay. So JB, with a masterful reply, said, "You have corn in your shit?" Oh no, turds. He said, "You have corn in your turds?" And that shut Drekovac up because he couldn't come back. He didn't have an immediate put down lined up quickly enough. It was very good. But anyway, how's it going, Ozzy?
Yeah, doing well. Just feeling pretty lazy the last couple days.
Uh-huh.
But doing okay. I think I'm just eating too many of the sausage rolls. Like one batch was just way too much.
Sausage rolls. Is that something you where'd you buy them?
I made them.
Oh, you made them.
They're an Australian and British pastry. But yeah, it's just too much. I think
Are they
weighing me down.
Are they called pasties, or is that something different?
You're thinking pastry. It's very different because
okay.
the pastry is filled with honestly a lot of vegetables. Sausage roll it's mostly pork.
Right, yeah. So you had the ground meat and you made your own sausage meat?
Yeah, as much as the filling I made. I made it supposed to be from scratch, but I couldn't find any pork mince. Nobody sells pork mince, so I just got some mild Italian sausage and did my best. But yeah, it was okay. It wasn't really authentic. Like the spices weren't right.
What did the family think of the sausage rolls?
They were fine. The spices aren't right though.
Do your kids are they old enough to speak up to you like, "Daddy, these sausage rolls stink. What did you do?"
Yeah, there's no real hazard for them to say they don't like food, so my son's pretty picky.
Got it. Right. Yeah. Well. So what's going on in your life there, Ozzy?
Just
Anything
trying
on
my
your mind?
best to get health and fitness in order, sleeping. Next week I'll be going camping. But I really wanted to catch up with you on that political compass thing, because I thought that particular political compass questionnaire was actually really, really good.
Oh, you did. Yeah. Okay. Do you happen to have those screenshots, or I can bring those up if I have enough time to search for them? Actually, I'd have to download them. I don't have them easily available.
I'll see what I can do. My USB sometimes goes funky when I share something on StreamYard for some reason.
Oh, okay.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah, excuse me for 1 second. We got one of the people on the penance list here who I thought was on the removed list. So, but he came back. He's still back watching the show because deep down he loves Morty, but he's going through an emotional crisis at the moment. But maybe he is removed. But let me just double check on that. No, you can't. You can't be here. You're on the penance list. So see ya. Okay, very good. Excuse me for that.
I think I've got them. I think you sent the screenshots over, so these are the ones you took.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I really didn't.
Sorry, say again. You're breaking up for some reason. It's probably me. I don't know why, but there must be some limited upload to StreamYard.
Oh, how about right now?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm going to upload
Hello,
another
hello?
one. Might take a few seconds. There we go. Are those right?
Okay. I think we lost Aussie.
No, I'm here. It's just that when I upload, it seems StreamYard has a heart attack.
Ah, there we go. Okay, good.
Yeah. Yeah, StreamYard seems to have a heart attack when I upload.
Okay, just one question, Ozzy, before we get into this. Floodland. Ozzy, don't you agree that the advent of paper Bitcoin has diluted the need and urgency to directly own Bitcoin?
100%. I don't actually recommend for people to hold their own Bitcoin anymore. I think the ETF is a pretty good way to get exposure. From a financial perspective, I would still advocate getting like a wallet's worth of Bitcoin yourself, just to understand and play with it a little bit. Like, go ahead and purchase something online with it, and you might learn things about like the underlying technology. Like, for one, not many merchants accept it, which tells you like we are very early in this game. It's not like half of the merchants in the world accept it. It's less accepted than Discover cards, and it's worth this much. So, you know, and there's also something kind of magical about sending value across the internet with no third party involved. You know, it's there's something magical about using it. Actually, it's a real experience, I think. Like being able to purchase something online, or even just transferring a wallet's worth into someone else, like give someone $5 or something like that with Bitcoin. There's something magical about being able to transfer value without having to give up your ID, having a bank involved, having it be, you know, near instantaneous, you know, 15, 30 minutes for a confirmation, but, you know, you get the notification immediately. It's kind of magical in my book. So I really do love it.
Hey, not to be like ultra gay like those other people, but your hair is looking pretty good today. Do you use, there's a brand of shampoo in every supermarket here. The brand is named Aussie. Aussie shampoo.
I use Aussie after, how do you say, leave-in hair conditioner. I do
really?
use that,
So
but only
brand.
because it's the cheapest that Amazon sells. Like,
You buy
like
shampoo based on the cheapest. You know that the cheap shampoos.
No, it's not shampoo. It's leave-in
the conditioner.
after conditioner. Yeah,
I see.
if I wash my hair, shampoo and conditioner, it's just very fluffy. It's not very manageable. I end up having to run my hand through my hair just to keep it down.
Yeah.
And
that brand, it's got a kangaroo on it. It's been around for years, but I don't know what the attraction or appeal would be to customers to buy Australia, like, you know, not branded, but imagery of a kangaroo shampoo. But whatever. Anyway, okay. So let me bring up these items here. Which one is there's two? Let me see if I can bring up.
I think they're both of yours. I'm trying to get a screenshot of mine.
Oh, okay. Well, no, let's look at this one. What do we have here?
That one's you.
Okay. So how do you analyze this or explain it?
Yeah. Let me upload mine just so that it might lose me for a few seconds.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. That one uploaded fine. Okay.
That's
and
you.
I'm all the way down here.
Okay, so looking at the graph first, you're the red dot on the bottom right.
Yes.
And I'm the red dot on the to the right of the axis.
Yeah, like almost dead center, but a little
just right
bit
of
to the
dead
right.
center. Right. Okay, so
could you show the other screenshot of yours, because it has the bar that goes up and down as well. So it's kind of 4-dimensional compass, because there's also this progressive to conservative bent, which is more of the cultural aspect rather than whether or not you're a communist or a capitalist versus freedom and you know, authority. The right hand side is more of the social issues stuff. So if you go onto mine, I'm very extreme on the XY for authoritarianism and capitalism, but the progressivism I'm roughly in the center basically. But you're roughly a little bit more towards conservative. I think you end up in the yellow, closer to the yellow there. Yeah, that one. Yeah, so you're in the yellow.
Well, let me ask you this, please. Just looking at those 4 quadrants, blue, yellow, green, red. What in general? What do those signify? Like the blue quadrant.
Oh, that's where you would scroll down to. You would have to scroll down to that bottom chart, the more info.
Oh, I see. I see. Okay.
Yeah, and so there's the sort of the identities associated with, being in the XY axis.
Got it. Okay.
So yeah, it's were you surprised at what you saw?
Well, honestly, I couldn't figure out. I didn't have the key codes or anything to figure out what exactly the positioning of your red dot meant. Okay, it did say randism or something like that, which I was not familiar with that term or whatever.
Yeah, I think it classified me as a Randian minarchist.
Okay, so I don't know what that means.
It's pretty hardcore extremist, ultimately. Like, there's not many people to the right of me, nor to more freedom loving than me. More right wing or more freedom loving than me.
Really?
Like it's butting up right up against the wall.
So in your extremism, would you mandate nude high schools, all nude high schools and colleges, like the Japanese videos that they do of that stuff? Nude schools, nude teacher, nude colleges, nude sports.
Depending on the context, it sounds like something I wouldn't outlaw.
Ah, right. Okay. Very good. All right. Now, so in terms of conservatism, traditional American values, and standing up for what's right and all that, how do you stand on your placement to where my red dot is located?
Yeah, so I'd be more progressive, but I think it sort of needs to be, because I looked at other people who also were in my territory, in the bottom right here. It's very hard for us to be either progressive or conservative because we don't believe in a government intervening. We don't believe in a government.
No government.
So it really doesn't matter what our opinions are in terms of conservatism or progressive aspects in terms of society.
All right. So if there's no government, who's going to pave the roadways, fix the subway system?
Well, that doesn't happen today. So that's kind of
a
that doesn't happen today. So that's kind of a trick question.
So you're saying eliminate, like a city like New York or LA, Chicago, any big city, or Las Vegas, just eliminate.
Well, you think they're maintaining the roads?
All right, so you would be willing to
that doesn't happen.
So you would be willing to eliminate the Department of Public Works, Department of Power, just get rid of all those.
Oh, immediately, as fast as possible. Right. Yeah, that's an easy one. Like, Department of Transport doesn't build any roads.
Well, they're the ones out there.
When's the last time they built a road?
I don't know. I haven't looked into it. But no one's going to fix the roads and highways if you don't have the government Department of Transportation to do that.
They don't actually fix them. When's the last time Department of Transport has built a highway or a road?
I don't know. I'd have to look into that. I don't know. Yeah.
They simply don't. There's no one within Department of Transport that would actually know how to build a road.
No, well, but they have the road crews out there to do that.
Right, and those are those government workers?
Yeah, they're civil service employees, a road technician or whatever you would call them, maintenance person. Yeah. Who's gonna run?
Not usually. I mean, normally that's a private company. That kind of work is normally contracted out.
Really? All right.
Yeah, that's not.
Well, what
Nobody in
about,
government knows
what
how to
about-
build a road.
What about taking it back to the 20s and 30s and eliminating the DOT on all the road crews? And when you need
Yeah.
road work done, you just hire on one of the local chain gangs from the local prison.
Well, I think even those are contracted out to private interests.
Well,
that
they
actually
the
manage
chain
the work.
gangs, they do maintenance work and picking leaves off the road and stuff. So you just have them
Yeah.
resurface the highways,
Yeah. I mean, of course it has to be private. How else can they send money to their cronies and friends? Like a $25 billion highway. A train from LA to Las Vegas.
Well, I would
And you haven't even got a train station or any rail set up, but they've somehow spent $25 billion on it. Where do you think that went?
Oh, the California super train. Billion. It's vanished. Yeah.
Yeah. It vanished from their perspective, what they'll tell the public, but it just went to their friends.
Oh, right. Well, yeah, Gavin Newsom's lost just tens of billions of dollars. I'm not saying lost, misappropriated tens of billions of dollars of homeless funding and highway funding and the super train funding and.
Yeah. The homeless industrial complex.
Exactly,
I'm well aware of it
right.
in Seattle, and it's incredible.
Incredible.
In
yeah.
Seattle, they're about to implement new income taxes, despite it being against the Constitution of Washington State. It's unbelievable. Wealth, capital gains, and income taxes coming to Washington State because they got to get the money to fuel their industrial homeless complex.
Well, I mean, the communist leaders don't care about what's in the Constitution. So.
Yeah. Well, apparently the Supreme Court of Washington State doesn't either. Like they've fully capitulated. Like they don't care that the Constitution
They don't care.
says
The
that. They
voters
just
are
say
stoned out on the legal cannabis and whatever other drugs, crack and stuff. And
yeah. Doesn't all of this like make you jaded enough to believe that maybe Aussie's right, maybe maybe it's for the best that this titular Department of Transport and titular Department of Housing and homeless people or whatever.
Well,
maybe it's better to just get rid of it. That the benefit from it is probably pretty low.
I couldn't say I would want to get rid of it until I've thoroughly examined it to the nth level, But if they truly are, after that kind of review, I find that, like the Department of Education, I don't even need to review. Just eliminate.
No, you don't need to. That's
eliminated
really
100%,
silly.
which Trump is doing, and it's being wiped out completely. I mean, removed completely in process. So that's fantastic because it serves absolutely nothing, no purpose.
Doesn't help my kids,
and it doesn't help anybody. It just locally, it doesn't help anyone. So but Department of Transportation, I mean, things like that. I don't know. I'd have to look into it. Department of Power. I don't know how to run a power generator.
But neither does the government though. That's my point. Is like none of these things. But put it like let's take it to the most basic thing. We need food to live, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that socialized? Does the government literally farm, produce food, make sure we all have food?
Well, they put restrictions on farmers and food producers, but they don't do the agriculture themselves.
Yeah. I mean, the reality is, for the most basic and most important commodity, a perishable commodity, that even for the slightest moment, if the food supply got screwed up for a single day, we would all be, maybe half of us would be dead. On such a critical, perishable, infrastructure-heavy, capital-intensive, labor-intensive industry that results in the most important good we all could possibly have.
Mm-hmm.
We don't trust the government for that. Why would we trust something like far more long term, like roads?
Well, what
or
about
blah, blah, blah?
defense
Like,
issues? What about military and police?
That gets a lot more complicated quickly. But I'm willing to say disband the FBI. That's a no-brainer.
I would not. I disagree completely.
You don't think they've been an arm of the political?
Certain factions in the FBI have gone against the law, and those people should be tried and executed, or not executed, tried and imprisoned. Okay, but the FBI is a necessary, good organization. We need that.
But perhaps let's not try to turn Morty into
listen. Aussie, You've been
G'day,
here a
JB.
handful of years. I'm sorry, bro. But
Yeah.
DOT in the bigger cities, not in Nevada, do maintain the roads. They don't build the roads. You're absolutely right. Private companies build the roads. They maintain the roads. Without DOT in the major cities, at least at the East Coast, that's all I could talk about. I can't talk about the West
Okay.
Coast.
I understand.
East Coast, without the DOT, there wouldn't be anything.
But if the road was privately owned and,
Which
and
was
operated,
private? Which
no,
was
but
private on the East Coast? Are you kidding me?
we're not talking about the world as it is. He's talking about the world as it would be if government was simply vanished.
No, that's a good point. Okay, sorry, I missed that part. You're right.
Yeah. It's okay. I mean, I understand.
I missed that
yeah.
point. I came into a conversation where that's a different conversation. But as it is today, the DOT maintains the roads. But you're right that private companies build the roads. They contract all the shit out.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate for the amount of money that is paid in taxes on the East Coast. You would think the DOT could build roads, but they can't. They can't. They can just maintain them, and then poorly, they can maintain them.
Mhm.
So yeah.
Well,
You're right.
Nevada's a lot better than Washington State. Washington State is horrific. I don't know about where you are.
What do you
in
mean,
Oregon,
Washington?
Morty.
Washington up north? Really? It's that bad?
Yeah, it's just the level of potholes everywhere, and it's honestly quite bad. The roads, it's like it's just
Dead.
bumpy, and just the condition of the
Sure.
roads is really bad. When I was
Sure.
driving my U-Haul from Seattle to
Sure.
Las Vegas, me and my Seattle friend we were driving, and we get into Las Vegas. Everything's like smooth like glass. It's like wow, amazing. This is what it feels like to drive normally.
I get you, dude. I get you. I
Is,
get
is
you,
Las
'cause I've been-
Vegas is Las Vegas city government run by socialist communist lesbians?
No,
Because
it's
that
got
might
its
have-
own problems, but it's not a high level of DEI and
Right.
virtue signaling.
Because cities
It's,
like
for the most part,
Portland
run
and
by the
Seattle,
casinos.
they're totally run by demented lunatics.
Yeah.
I tell you, it is crazy how. Okay, so when I first moved from Jersey to North Carolina, okay, Jersey, I was paying $16,000 in taxes a year, okay, and then I moved to North Carolina. North Carolina, I was paying $2,300 for a 2-story house, okay, and all the main roads in the suburbs outside of Raleigh, which is the capital, were
Yeah.
beautiful, maintained constantly, and I was paying $2,300. How the fuck is that possible? How's that possible?
Yeah.
Think about that for a second. I was paying 16 grand in fucking New Jersey. Everybody's picking pockets. That's the difference, okay? And all the roads suck. There's no beauty in anything. Then I go to North Carolina, suburbs of Raleigh. I was in Cary, North Carolina. And everything was pristine, beautiful, every week.
Yeah.
Maintain the roads, everything, the flowers, the trees, everything, and I was paying $2,300 in taxes. How does that work?
Well, they're more
How
interested
does
in
that work?
Washington State, JB. In Washington State, they're more concerned with the cannabis fields than the roads being smoothly paved.
you see what I'm saying? There's always agendas, bro. There's always agendas. That's the problem, man. You know, you're living up north on the East Coast. You're paying. You know, the dream was always. You know, more do you know? The American dream in the Northeast was always. I'm not saying the Northeast. It was supposed to be everywhere, but in the Northeast, I can speak specifically. Was you would retire, you pay your 30-year mortgage, and you would retire. Why is everybody move to Florida?
Yeah. We got a little bit of an interference in your
let me
audio.
change.
Yeah, you
All
got
right,
the
hold on a
burp,
second.
burping.
All right, I'll change it. Hold on.
Yeah, but perhaps not to get Morty all the way over to anarcho-capitalism and just more focus on your graph, maybe, Morty. How did you feel answering the questions? Because when I was answering the questions, I felt I was being way too centrist. I thought I was going to come up as like a lefty centrist when I was answering a lot of these questions, because I didn't really feel that
How was it
enthused
now?
by
Better or no?
Oh yeah, very
that
good.
sounds great.
Yeah, some of the questions, or many of the questions, there were three choices: good, worse, the worst, bad. I mean, good, better, best, worse, bad, worse, the worst kind of answers. And the problem was, many of the questions, the more I would think about the questions, the deeper I can think of. Well, not necessarily the worst, but there's so many aspects.
You thought about all the exceptions.
I would have liked to have been able to discuss with you, for example, or JB or whoever, somebody with an IQ that's not shoe size.
Jesus.
Before answering, before clicking in my answer,
Yeah. No, I understand. Like we could redo the test together.
Hi, hello.
Hey, Jamie, how you doing?
Yes.
G'day,
sorry
Jamie.
to.
Oh, hello.
Yeah. Hi. Sorry to interrupt. If you can just picture this, I've got my phone on the bedside table and I'm trying to go to
So
sleep.
do I, actually. What the fuck?
JB, can you do me a favor? Just turn the burps off,
sir.
please. Just turn the burps
I
off.
just did, I think.
Yeah,
I think I just did.
It's
fixed now.
I think I fixed now.
It's disrupting my attempt to fall asleep.
I'm sorry, buddy.
Good night.
What the fuck? I think I fixed Jamie.
Okay, JB. Jamie, thank you. Yeah, the way you're describing going to sleep with the phone on the nightstand. There are people who go to sleep in this community. They have one earplug.
That's what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, they got an earplug.
Yes.
They got an earplug in their ear listening to one show. And then they got another earplug in their other.
No.
Oh, absolutely.
That's impossible.
Listening to another show.
No, that's impossible. You would have to have another phone.
Well, right.
Or another device. No.
Well, I can think of somebody who does that every night going to bed.
Okay.
Yeah, but anyway. So,
what I'm saying is this. Like, look. I think that when you think about what we're talking about, all right. Hold on. I got another update here. Hold on a second. I'm sorry. I think it's crazy to think that we are talking about things that it's part of it is like we discuss, and then when we jump on the streams, we start talking about them. But the reality is we can't change most of anything. Really can't.
Well, I think getting Trump into the White House changed a hell of a lot for the good.
I do, but I agree with you. But he also hasn't lived up to his commitments either at this point.
Oh, come on. I mean, you can make...
I do have numbers on that. I do have numbers.
All I can say...
Hey. Oh.
Just make a list on the left. Of
everybody has an opinion. Everybody has an opinion.
All right, yeah. Right? Well, my opinion is make a list of all the great things he's accomplished, and we'll get to. And then on the right, all the things that you're critical of him. And it's just mind-blowing.
That's fair. That's fair.
No, I think that's fair. I just want to, because I hypothesized about these numbers. So ICE and all their activities over the course of the last year, they've arrested somewhere around 600,000 people. I'm not clear on how many they deported, but to remove 40 million illegal immigrants requires around 1 million deportations per month. At 600,000 per year, and not all of them deportations, it's easy to realize that at the end of Trump's presidency, we will still have 40 million illegals. And I thought that was pretty blackpilling.
That's crazy.
Is that pretty bad, Morty, would you say? I'm not saying Trump's doing a bad job, but I'm just saying the end case where we've gotten rid of all the illegals is unlikely to happen if they don't rapidly change how they're executing.
Oh, I say hire more ICE agents and give them more power. Just round up people and get them out of here.
I just from the outside looking in, okay? So I'm from now in Europe looking in. The media paints a fucking broad stroke paint of it is tyranny. And that does not look good for the U.S.
It's not tyranny.
Do I
It's
believe?
restoring, yeah, no, it's not tyranny.
I
It's
understand.
restoring
I
freedom.
understand.
And
Yes,
what I would
I
do is
understand.
I would
I
arrest.
understand.
I would arrest the governor and mayor of all these sanctuary cities
I agree with you.
for treason.
I agree with you, dude. I
Yeah.
agree with you. But what I'm
Sanctuary
saying
cities
is,
are a key problem in the
I
illegal problem. Yeah.
I agree with
Yeah.
you. But what I'm saying is the way it looks and is portrayed by the fucking goddamn
Oh,
stupid
yeah.
media. That's
Yeah,
all
right.
I'm telling you. Because
Well,
when
they
you want
want
to
to
start
protect.
looking
They
at the
want to protect
numbers,
child traffickers, child rapists, child sodomizers, child killers. They want to protect the people. They want to protect those people, but not the
there's
American citizens. Yeah.
Look, the other
Look,
side's
bro.
winning right now. JB's right, and the other side's winning right now.
Because of that
you know,
painting that picture,
Because
bro.
because they have unlimited funds for paid protesters.
they do.
You know,
Well, but
I'm with
not
you.
not just that. They're winning on the ground. So in the first few months of Trump's presidency, Home Depot all of a sudden didn't have people outside of in the parking lot looking for work.
Outside of the
they're all
U.S., nobody
back.
knows what you're talking about. By the way, outside
They're
of
all
the
back. You go to
U.S.,
Home Depot,
nobody
they've got
knows
their
what you're talking about because that's a real thing. That is an absolute real thing. Outside of the
they're all
U.S., yeah, I know, but
They're all back.
outside of the U.S., nobody knows what that is. We need to explain. So the Home Depot is a lumber store, basically, home goods lumber store that Mexican, South American people wait in the parking lot, are waiting for contractors to jump in the back of their pickups and get paid at a minimum wage to go work because no one else does it. No
Well,
one
not
else
only
does the work.
contractors, but just private citizens who want some help.
Anything.
Say, hey,
You're
I'll
right.
give you
Yeah,
50
anything.
bucks. Would you hang
Exactly.
out of my place for the day?
I think we need to explain this stuff more because I think a lot of people outside of the U.S. don't even understand this concept.
Right.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and like if you're trying to move house or something, you need them to help pack boxes, anything at all. You know?
Anything. Yeah,
and look, I'm not personally,
but it's work.
When
it's
I
not
talk
like
about
it's
when
dangerous.
when
it's work.
Yeah, when I talk about like getting rid of all the illegals, there's nothing personal about this. Like they're trying to work and they're actually doing work. This is like pure capitalism. Okay, that's okay. Most of them aren't working. Okay, well, a lot of them aren't working. A lot of them committing crimes. If you had to get rid of all of them and you said, okay, but you leave
I
the
don't
ones
think a lot of
that
them
shop
are
at Home
committing
Depot
crimes,
every
by the
day,
way.
I could live with that. But
there's a very large percentage committing crimes. I can't give you a specific percent, but the arrest records that have been released of the people that they've been picking up.
I don't know if that's real, Morty.
It's
I don't know if
absolutely
that's
the
real
worst
anymore.
possible trash.
I don't know if that's real.
No, Davey Smalls, these aren't deadbeats. These people are actually ready to work.
No,
they're showing up to work.
No, really, there are.
Listen,
people who just
let me
wanna
tell you
work.
guys. I could
No, there are
live you.
people who-
I could.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, there are people who come just to work and really make money and start a new life. But
Exactly.
along with that, you have drug dealers, pedophiles,
Of
child
course.
traffickers,
Of
murderers,
course. Of course.
DUIs,
Just
and
like
the most
anything
violent
else.
criminals and gangs, and they have to be
course.
scooped up and deported. Yeah.
But even the labor aspect at a macro level, even that's not innocent. I mean, clearly that removes the incentive to hire Americans and do things the right way, have
Because
insurances
Americans don't
and
want
stuff
to
like
fucking
that.
work. Dude, there's no difference between America and Europe when it comes to that. They don't want to do those jobs. They don't want to get paid minimum wage. They don't want to do those
Not for that
jobs.
money, no. But I mean, in
Right.
a capitalist system,
That's the problem.
the pay
That's
will
the
rise
problem.
to whoever, the next best. If the next best is someone who says, you know what,
Okay,
it's going to be
so
$35 an hour.
Europe
You know,
is
minimum
basically
wage-
socialist.
minimum
We agree
wage-
on that?
You know, minimum wage in Oregon and Washington, I think it's $20 or $18 an hour. This is true. So that's why
Seriously,
hamburgers,
it's true?
a Burger
Really?
King
Yeah.
combo costs $20.
Yeah.
Fuck
It's definitely
me
above
dead, bro.
15. Yeah.
Jesus
So
Christ.
you're saying Europe is socialist?
And Europe basically is socialist, right? For the most part, right? It's socialist, and so it is for the most part.
More socialist than me, yeah, but
No, I'm just saying.
it's also.
the
I mean,
countries
which
are
country are you
socialist.
talking about? Which country? Are you talking
All countries, in general.
I'd
Europe
say
in
England
general.
and Switzerland are more capitalist than people would
but England is not part of Euro.
Okay,
That's
all
what I'm
right.
saying.
I can live with that
Right?
distinction.
Right.
I don't care.
So the rest of the countries, Switzerland also is kind of different. The rest of the countries are socialist. So the problem is you have people coming in from different countries that are getting benefits from all the different countries that are getting benefits from the countries that are coming into. The people that live in those countries are how can I say native to those countries are not getting those benefits. And by the way, okay, so I'll tell you about Portugal.
Before
Okay?
you do, I just want to say to Floodland, where he says Sweden and France have excellent health care. They're two of the most dangerous countries in the world now, getting worse. And Sweden is outdoing South Africa as the rape capital of the world. And this is a fact,
Right.
Floodland. So
This is not, they don't have, listen, anytime the government pays for healthcare, it's not the best in the world. Let's not be silly. It's adequate. It's adequate.
Yeah.
It's not
I
the
mean,
best.
if you actually look this up, I think the
Don't be
best in the
silly.
world is Switzerland, and that's a 100% private system.
Well, there you go. That's what I'm saying, right? So let's say Portugal. They get people in here from different countries to do the fruit exports, the wine exports, the cork exports, and they come in just like in Virginia, where you get the Mexicans to come in and do all the same types of things. They same thing here. It's no different, man. It's no different. Why? Because it's cheaper labor. No one else in that country, in that state or country, is gonna work for that dividend. Nobody. That's the problem. Raise up, pay what's necessary, and you get it done. There's no reason why you fucking pay another country for fucking chocolate, right? Right? Like America pays for fucking what's the country in South America that pay for a chocolate $1 billion a year as a supplement to help to bring chocolate into America? What the fuck for? Are you serious? Keep the money in house. Pay your workers more. Then we don't have these problems. The countries do this to themselves. They don't give a fuck. That's what we need to realize. All our taxes are paid for stupid shit. I don't have a problem paying taxes. I really don't.
There's so much embezzlement. Like, normally people get caught up in this idea
Europe
of...
is 10 times worse than America, by the way. 10 times worse than American embezzlement. You got ministers.
People get
you
caught
got
up in these little minor issues like, oh, a little more money should go here, money should go there. But the reality is most of it is just getting fleeced. And we're talking
Europe
about
is
the
10
deck
times
chairs on the
worse than
Titanic.
America, by the way. Europe is 10 times worse than America.
Yes.
Everybody's
100%.
getting fucking fleeced. Everybody. You got a small fucking country that you're paying 23% tax. 23% tax. And you got all these guys robbing you.
You might lose me because my USB might go out. I'm going to try share screen.
Yeah, you're good.
Just for a moment, Rufus says they're thinking about canceling the World Cup coming to the U.S. What city is the World Cup going to go to? Is that Los Angeles?
Anybody I don't even know.
Yeah, because the main reason to cancel the World Cup is if it's Los Angeles or Seattle, whatever city it is, it's so fucking dangerous and filthy because it's a Democrat hellhole. That's why they should not have that. That's a fact. And Rufus says here, where's this other comment? Look at this. Trump has the worst approval rating, worse than any other
The JB
president.
show.
Yeah,
that's
why don't you
worst
jump
approval
on,
rating amongst
Dirk,
Europeans.
Why don't you jump on and make it the Dirk show, then, Jay?
Yeah, Rufus.
Dirk.
I don't know
Come
what
on, bro.
news sources you're watching, but that doesn't make.
I mean, Trump's approval ratings have doubled for Hispanic and.
I think Trump has done a great job. What I didn't like about Trump, I think what's dangerous this is just being natural to me, is that you're okay. So think about this for a second. Take a step back. Okay. You're a person that goes into America. Okay. One administration says this, 4 years later, another administration says this, and on and on and on.
Yeah.
So I think, in my opinion, what I think is wrong is that as long as you're working on getting the status of a green card or a national citizen, you should be left alone. If you're not doing that, you should have a primary time to say, okay, you got 5 months, regardless of the previous administration, to say, you got X amount of months to get in place. If you don't, then fuck you. Okay, fine. But to just people to say, an administration says, oh, you don't have to do this. And then a year later, another administration comes in and now go fuck yourself. You get kicked out. I think that's fucked up.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Well, the Biden thing was done, as now has been absolutely demonstrated.
Right.
Was done by rigging the campaign completely.
Okay, so Morty, so you tell me, right? So I come in as an illegal.
They didn't assume office. They performed a coup d'état. That's been established.
1,000%. 1,000%.
How about we go through this questionnaire? There'll be a lot of things we can.
Okay.
Because we mostly agree on the immigration stuff. You know. Let's go. Let's Can you share my screen? It's got the question.
Oh.
We can go through this together.
Okay, let me find it. Hold on. I got too many.
It's like the last one. I'll remove the images.
Okay.
You've got my screen there.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
Wage amount should not be delegated solely to employers and should be handled or regulated by the state or community. I'm over here.
So
a minimum wage abolished.
Yeah.
No.
So the green. Let me just clarify. The green means
You
yes,
agree.
strongly agree strongly, very extremely strongly, or disagree, strongly disagree, slightly disagree, strongly disagree, I guess. So agree slightly, whatever, you know what I mean.
Morty, so what's your take? I'm all the way on the disagree.
So you're on the left, red. Okay. Wage amounts should not be delegated solely to employers and should be handled or regulated by. I disagree, red. Triple red.
All the way.
Yeah.
JB?
Well, I agree with what you guys are
double
saying,
red.
but a lot of people think about the U.S. versus Europe as it's not too much different if you think about it. If you think about Europe and the U.S., okay, U.S. has the federal government and the local government, right?
Mm.
So the state government and the federal government. Europe has the Europe government, and the local countries. We call it countries, but they're states. If you really want to compare apples to apples, that's the way it is, right? So in Europe, they get money to employ X amount of illegals per year. If they don't fucking employ those illegals, they don't get the money from the Europe. That's absolutely true. So think about that. They say that. They say it takes, Portugal's a small little country, bro. Small little country, very universal, very insignificant. But they need 400,000 illegal immigrants to operate to get money then released from the European nation to them.
That's nasty. Where
Isn't
are
that
you on
nasty?
this? Like employer sets wages?
I think it's ridiculous. I think the country has way more money than needed to sovereign the citizens. They don't need all this other bullshit. But when you have 23% tax here in Portugal to support that 23% tax, you know all the money you get because people are robbing the people, the governors are robbing left and right. If they didn't, they wouldn't. Right? So,
yeah.
I mean, think about that.
Question.
Hey, let me just
go ahead.
Well, I just want to read the headline on today's Alex Jones email. New Epstein docs prove he led satanic death cult that raped, tortured, and ate children. This international network led to the highest levels of Western power and was protected by Five Eyes. Details in the show.
Look, I'm sorry for the people that may or may not have been affected by Epstein, but that's not what concerns me at this point. I'm sorry.
Right.
Let me be insensitive.
We'll do eating children
what concerns, we'll eat people tomorrow. What bothers me is, does this motherfucker really have a stronghold or had a stronghold on Bitcoin? Because that's going to fuck shit up.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously. I mean, let's get real, right? Like, someone's child, I'm sorry, let me be insensitive. Someone's wife, someone's child, it's bad. It's terrible, but it's not affecting me. But did he really have a stronghold on creating Bitcoin? Because that is going to affect me.
So he seems to have funded Blockstream effectively, and that's basically Bitcoin Core. And they are the maintainers of Bitcoin.
Yeah,
but
Rufus, I gotta say, Rufus, regarding Aussie, you have the completely wrong take. It's a matter of legal versus illegal immigration. Legal immigrants versus illegal aliens.
Yeah, and look, Rufus, I spend a lot of time thinking about and reflecting on my presence and value in any given place. And I'm critical of myself in that way. More importantly, like I think the bigger one, like it's more in Las Vegas, more being a remote worker for a period of time. I'm not sure that tourism and having retirees actually helps a community, because to help a community, you need people actually doing stuff and providing into the community, not just spending this fake fiat currency. To, that doesn't actually help. So I'm very, very critical when it's like overseas travel, especially because I exchange my fake currency for their fake currency at another fake exchange rate, but somehow I'm King Dick on Fuck Mountain in Thailand, and I can command anything to happen.
Isn't Fuck Mountain near Fucktown?
That's a good take. That's a good take right there.
Yeah, but I'm not genuinely giving these people any value at all. I'm literally taking. You know what I mean? So, like, believe me, there is a huge conversation to be had for immigration, who's valuable, who's not, and if Americans decided that I was not valuable to bring in, then that's how that works. But it can't be for the illegals to decide.
Obviously, you did the right thing. Obviously, you are an active member of what creates the fabric of America. Obviously. But I don't think America and Europe is any more different nowadays.
Look, all the money that Aussie has kicked into the Las Vegas donut and adult products industry is generating.
Jesus.
It's generating
Fuck, Morty.
Jesus
Christ.
Generates significant tax revenue for the state of Nevada. So he's the kind of resident that we want here. Legal alien, legal citizen.
Right.
Paying heavy sales taxes. Yeah.
Right. Listen, here's what I'll tell you, dude. When your government is getting paid in Europe, it's the European nation against all the countries, or when it's in America with the federal versus the states, they get benefits for employing X and doing X. There's a problem with that. There's a problem. Because when European unions get paid X amount to employ X amount of illegal immigrants, or federal states can't, federal is employing this law and states need to produce X amount with cheap labor, there's a problem. It's all a problem, bro. Why can't they fucking dude? There's enough money to rob from these fucking government workers, because that's what they all are, government workers. But there's not enough to pay the people? Nah, fuck that, bro. Nah, I don't believe that shit. There's not enough money to increase the wages, right? And they do increase the wages, we're like, oh, how the fuck can a McDonald's worker get paid 15, 16 bucks an hour? But you got some cocksucker fucking robbing 200 million X amount as a government worker? Nah, bro. Obviously, there's enough money. Treat the shit right. Treat it like a real business. You treat it like a real business, you have no problems. That's the problem. That's the problem. They don't treat the government workers. The government doesn't run it like a real business. How can you run in the red? You ever think about that? How can the government run in the red?
Well,
all companies would be dead.
I think it's complicated. I don't think the government should, like, patently, if there has to be a government, it shouldn't be doing anything that the private industry would have any interest in doing anyway. Like, what was the point of the government doing something that private industry had complete interest in doing in the first place? But so by definition, it should always run in the red, quote unquote. But
outsource, right? You get enough money. The money's coming in, Aussie. The money's coming in.
Well, I can just print it, right?
Well, that's true too.
Let's try to get through some of these questions.
That's inflation.
We'll try these quickly. Those of different status or ability should be still be treated with respect. I think I'm over here in the high greens. What are you, Morty?
Well, thing is, at first I thought, well, of course, the high green, but then the answer is not necessarily, because it depends on what the status or ability of these people are, of certain people, certain classes of people, that should not be treated with respect because they're dangerous to the country.
No, I don't think it's talking about status from the perspective of things they've actually done. It's more about like their socioeconomic background and maybe that they hold an engineering degree versus someone. So, for example, does a house cleaner deserve respect?
Oh, okay. In that regard, I'd give it single green.
Single green. Okay, I'm close to up here, but we'll keep tracking Morty.
Well, absolutely treat it with respect. Yeah, I need more thought.
Morty, it gets difficult, doesn't it? It gets difficult.
Well, if I overthink it, then it's going to get more complex.
Well, right. Are you talking about business? Are you talking about money? Or are you talking about being a human being?
Yeah, I think this is really more of a human being. Well, let's stick to that. I think we're not too far off on that. But this one's going to be complicated. Yeah. Identification and surveillance techniques should be used to ensure public safety. I'm way over here. I'm suspecting Morty is like here.
I agree with you.
Yeah. What do you mean?
Yeah. To the red.
Double
sure.
red.
Double red. Okay.
Yeah,
wow.
So am I.
Oh, okay.
Because it's gone way overboard.
It's one of those things. Being a nice guy is last. Isn't that like the kind of quote? Nice guy is last. This is what you get, and then you start to think when you have a family, you have responsibilities.
Okay, I'm not necessarily trying to influence the answer. Part of why we're doing, because he's already done the questionnaire. You've seen his result.
I like further explanation before I answer.
Morty's result was that he's a third way liberalism.
Jesus.
What does that mean? Third way. What does that mean?
Well, this is it. This is where you landed in with your.
Can you encapsulate that?
You're Tony Blair. That's what.
Pretty much, that's what he's saying.
Your new Labour.
That's what he's saying. Yeah.
Absolutely no way.
Pretty much. That's what he's saying.
No, it's not.
I don't think that's
Well,
real.
no,
I
but
don't
you got to
think that's true for
understand,
you,
New
Morty,
Labour
but that's what he.
was kind of effectively a hijacking of centrist right-wing political philosophy, and
that's the
yeah,
thing
so
that
it's, I don't think
America
it's
doesn't
far. This is
understand.
accurate.
Here's the thing. I don't think America understands because it took me a while to understand. So think about this for a second. Just for America to understand why Europeans are a mess. I'm in Europe. I've been in Europe for almost 6 years now. This is why it's a problem. Politically, okay? You have way too many parties. Besides having way too many parties, when they comes to the to collection of having the votes, they can join up. So you vote for one party, and then three parties get together to get the majority to overthrow the other parties. What the fuck? That's what happens in Europe.
Aussie, can you compare Tony Blair to Justin Trudeau? How do are they the same or different?
I don't have a mechanism to do that.
Okay, the Tony Blair thing.
Yeah, Trudeau is definitely not third way. He's not New Labour. New Labour was more right than people would normally understand. New Labour wasn't about being hyper lefty. It was basically slightly more left than Margaret Thatcher, but not by much. Basically,
I'm definitely not a Tony Blair guy. But anyway, let's move on.
Yeah.
Okay.
The state ought to be a means to an end. It should not last in its current size forever. I think we're going to be a full agreement.
1,000%.
All three of us.
1,000%.
None of us agrees that this current size is good.
1,000%. But Morty, think about this.
We want less this year.
Double green.
Imagine you have.
Triple green. Come on,
Morty. Imagine in the U.S. you had three different parties of the U.S. On the Republican side, different levels. Three different parties of the liberal side. Three different parties of the Democrat side. Okay, imagine that. Okay, give it different levels. Okay, and then all of a sudden, everybody votes, and then right before the end, they start to see the percentages, and the three parties, Democrat-wise, say, you know what? Hey, this guy is going to be better. Let's all join up and throw all our votes that everybody voted for to vote for this guy. So Morty was 1/3 of the Democratic Party. Okay? And there were two other guys. But because Morty looks like he was having the most to overthrow the other parties, we're going to throw all our votes to Morty. Meanwhile, I voted for Johnny. I didn't vote for Marty. I voted for Johnny. But too bad. That's the way it works now.
Mm-hmm.
How fucked up is that?
I'm for rounding up American traitors in the Democrat and Republican Party, total treasonous people out there, fully aware of what they're doing, destroying the country, rounding them up, quick trial and a public execution for treason. Now, where does that put me on the chart?
You would be on your own list, my friend.
If the
You'd be
founding
on your
fathers-
list.
if
But
the
what I'm
founders were
saying
here
is,
today, if the founders were here today, that's what they
listen,
would do.
I agree, but what I'm trying to say is a lot of people tried to compare Europe to US, and I'm trying to tell you the difference. The difference is that is that you have so many different parties and they get to choose because it's socialists. They get to choose and join up and bunch up to make a party win, which would never happen in the US.
Rufus,
right?
you don't want to
that's the big
or
difference.
imprison. You don't want to imprison or execute traitors, which is what the Constitution demands. Okay, all right.
Just so that people are like getting blue balls that will never get to the end of these questions. Morty's already done all the questions. There'll be different questions, so these are completely random. Well, I'm not. I think they're sort of there's an algorithm to needle in on like how close. So the first questions are a little bit more establishing, but the final result is this. Like he's basically right of center third way liberalism.
Well, I'd have to read that page.
I've already given you a label. Don't just accept it, okay?
Yeah, no, I have to read that because I have no connection.
Now you know. Now you heard. You heard. Now you know. Thank you, Floodland.
No, but it kind of makes sense. I mean, this is kind of where Trump is as well. Honestly, it's not. He's not. Way off to the right. He's roughly
where he is.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a little further right than Trump. I would do things that he's not doing.
That's fair. That's fair.
I would have thrown Hillary in prison.
I would agree with that
on the first term, and Bill Clinton too. They deserve
it.
There's
things that
this one's complicated. This one's a big question. Okay, let's get on to this one.
Yeah,
Political systems that were widely established in past centuries are better than the ones in place now. I think originally I would have been here in neutral because I really couldn't say too well. But I did read a good book advocating that monarchy is far better than democracy, and I might actually be somewhere green.
Jesus Christ, Aussie, I agree with you. Now seeing the difference, I agree with you. You know why? Because a lot of Americans never get out of their own bubble to see what can and can't work. And I have. And I see what it is, right? As a citizen, too many choices is not that great, by the way. You don't work for the government. You pay the government. You have too many choices. Go fuck yourself. It's terrible.
So, Ozzy, what would be an example of one political
widely
system
established in the past?
Yeah,
feudalism.
Feudalism is better.
Monarchies. Okay, so you're like double green, probably, or triple green.
Feudalism was better? Really?
Yeah. No, I'm asking you. It's like we'll
no, I'm asking you because you said you gave it a green. Can you give an example?
I could pick any one of the past established political systems, and I could foresee a monarchy being better than what we have at the moment.
Well, are you going to go from the Russian Tsarist family to...
No, you're taking to the extreme, Morty.
To the Prince of Monaco. A king system varies totally differently.
It can. I mean, we have monarchies today, right? Like, I'm not going to go and live in Burma but, Thailand's actually not that bad. I don't know if you would consider that a pure monarchy, but I mean, the royal power there is not too bad. But then you have...
As long as you don't say anything,
as well,
as long as you don't mind giving up freedom.
I think we need to take it back a little bit. If it wasn't for the power of the internet with so much information, weren't things much easier in the 60s and 70s in the U.S.? Think about that.
I really couldn't speak for what day-to-day
Could you
life
repeat
must have
that
been
question,
like.
please?
If we didn't have the internet, weren't things easier in the 60s, 70s, and 80s in the U.S. than it is now?
Well, I think internet, as great as it is for YouTube and jerking off, I think internet and smartphones have destroyed the society.
So Morty, what do you think has it done to the citizen that think they know better than the government? You know what? Eyes wide shut. Sometimes it's better not to know as a normal citizen. Fucking let the government fucking rule the shit and be with it. Now,
no, but
there issues?
Here's the government aspect, like authoritarian versus not, and what Dirk is saying, like I can't be a libertarian and ask for a monarchy. The benefit to a monarchy is that the amount of embezzling being done is only being done by the very, very top guy and maybe his family. He has zero interest in garnering a huge population to support his side of the fence and embezzling this way and that. Like, and they have a vested interest.
In Europe, there's so much down to the lowest level. Down to the fucking, what in America you would call the councilman. The councilman is definitely embezzling all the time. Think about that for a second. It's ridiculous.
There's no interest from a monarch.
So many taxes.
Yeah. There's no interest for a monarch to enrich everyone. The only person they care about enriching is themselves. And they also
Exactly.
have a long-term time horizon that they want to ensure the capital and the stock of their country is improving.
Agreed.
Because that's the only
Agreed.
way that they long-term also get rich.
Agreed.
So
Now, as an American, Aussie, but you got to understand, as an American, it's difficult to understand what you're saying unless you live it. I have lived it, so I understand exactly what you're saying. Like, that's a big.
I'm
that's
like
a big part
I'm
of it.
telling you my what I've read and what I'm getting at, but I'm still only like
But
maybe
yeah, but
one
you've
green,
lived
not
in
two
different
green, not three
countries.
green.
But you've lived in different countries. That's the difference. Most Americans don't even get out of the same state. That's the
Floodland,
problem,
you're
man.
right. So the problem is definitely with respect to gun rights. But name a democracy that respects people's gun rights. You got USA, quote unquote.
Look at
There's
that.
many
Yeah.
states I'll go
That's a
to where
whole different.
they'll arrest me for the guns
Jesus.
that I have.
You're right. That's a whole different scenario. I'm just talking about
So
living life.
yeah,
That's why you have to- that's
no.
why you
He's
have-
right. It's what I care about. I consider myself like a single issue guy, and the guns are important. But I could see a
course guns are
monarch
important,
allowing people to have guns. But
Like there's this common belief that outside of the U.S. that you can't have guns. That's not true, dude. I have 2 personally. Now in the U.S. I had 25.
yeah,
I sold them
yeah,
all.
I got the
Right,
dozen.
legally. Right, I sold them all legally before I moved here. But it is what it is. But don't think that you can't have it either. Right,
Yeah.
and it's just a different.
Morty,
It's a different thing. That's it.
Morty. So what are you pushing to single green or double green?
Okay,
Which society was better that you would cause you to say single green
yeah,
or
let me
double
think.
green is better?
I might give it a single green.
Yeah, for
Fuck
monarchy.
off,
Or a
5 or
single,
42.
or a single
Jesus
red. I'm
Christ.
not sure. Maybe a single red.
But what's
Because
the
America,
what's a competing political system that has you thinking about this?
well, Trump America has become no country in history as compared to what Trump's accomplished with this country.
I would challenge you.
Well,
with Poland.
it's talking more about system, like this current, representative / democracy.
I
This
see.
way is the way, rather than say monarchy.
Have you guys
Well,
looked at
if
Poland?
you can get the insane communist Democrats out of the country, then it would provide proof
Well,
that it is the best.
agreed.
But
But think
I
about
beg
Poland.
to
Have you
say
guys
that
seen
all
Poland?
democracies favor insane communists. All democracies favor progressively communist policies over time. This happened in Hong Kong.
That's why they
Hong
have to
Kong
be
only
spayed
got
and
to
neutered.
vote for their political leaders
Yeah, spay
in
and
like
neuter
the
your
2000s,
communist Democrats.
and then all of a sudden, like the policies that are coming up, oh, we need unemployment, social, blah blah blah, and Hong Kong is economic powerhouse and a thriving population, so thriving that highest density ever over 100 years, and now they get democracy. All of a sudden, you get all these social programs and blah blah blah. Everything that
Let me
worked
ask you
is now
guys a
being
question real
undone.
quick.
Wait a minute. Are you saying China before Nixon's era was thriving and prosperous?
Jesus,
Are you kidding?
Not
I don't even know about that.
I mean, this is a slight tangent. I mean, what do you mean by China? I mean, I was talking about Hong
You just
Kong.
mentioned China, didn't you?
No, I was talking about Hong Kong.
Okay, well that's completely different. All right, that's different.
I mean, it was basically a fishing town, and then it was led by 100 years under a British
Brits.
territory,
Yeah, right.
and the citizens had no rights. There was no rights. It's just, what, this whole island, we're running it like a business, and none of this social stuff is of any concern to us. And look at it, just turned into an economic powerhouse within 100 years.
Let me ask you guys a question. As
Is that before or
Aussie,
after
you're
they?
obviously.
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead, please.
No, I was going to say, Aussie, obviously, you're an expat that is in the U.S. Morty, obviously, you're a U.S. citizen, born and bred. What do you guys think about European nations and NATO? Your top level, not to get too deep in the weeds, but your overall thinking.
I think it's just a political tool. you know, whatever serves each country the best, and for most of the time it served them not at all. So they didn't, you know, it's not been an issue at all. So they don't even think about it. I think it's absolutely not an actual alliance. It's not an alliance. Like, there's no way they're all going into war just because one gets involved. It's like that's not happening.
So all countries are supposed to give 2% of their GDP, right, to NATO, right?
And none of them spend 2% of their GDP. I think,
and none of them
England.
do it. But you know who does? No. Poland gives 6%.
Oh wow!
A lot of people don't know that. Poland gives, and why do you
I mean,
think
it makes
they give
sense. I mean, they are on the border. I mean, it makes
They're
sense.
on the motherfucking border, bro.
Yeah.
They're on the border. The other part is they don't accept the European Union rules to accept all immigrants. They do not allow, and this is not being racist, they do not allow Muslim faith people, countries, and immigrants into their country.
Yeah, the two countries of Europe, of Poland and Hungary, have leaders who are protecting their people and their country.
Right. And that's it. And that's what they believe, and that's what they protect. Now, I will tell you this. Poland took in over 2 million Ukrainians from the beginning when the war started. You know what they did? They put them to fucking work. They took those 2 million people in, right? They took those 2 million people. They gave them 6 months. They paid them for 6 months. They gave them housing for 6 months. They found businesses for them to work in the first 6 months. After that, they were contributing people for their country. Isn't that the best thing? Isn't that the best smart idea in the world?
Yes.
Why can't everybody else do that?
Gampers, I'm going to like hide which number we're up to. We're probably not going to make it to the end, but if you want to know the end, it's this: third way liberalism, Tony Blair.
I gotta go and get some heavy duty cannabis now because that's freaking me out.
So where are you, Morty? You flip between
all right,
2 green, 1 green, 1 red.
Better than 1 red.
But
1 red.
but
Okay, we like Trump's America. Okay, we'll do it.
Can all three of us agree on that? That Poland is the smartest country in the fucking world when it comes to immigration.
Oh, Poland and Hungary.
Poland,
fuck, dude.
Japan with the new government in place, hopefully.
Why can't all countries do this?
Israel number one.
Amazing.
Because they run by mentally disordered liberals.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Israel number one.
Who are absolutely
Morty, there you go, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
All right.
That's what it is. How can one country not do it and cry me a river, and another one can fucking make fucking lemonade out of lemons? I mean, it's just it's crazy. If it was a private business, this is how you would run it. If it was a private business, this is a part of the problem. If it was anyone who's ever worked has had responsibility in a private business, this is how you would run it. Unfortunately, you have too many people that have always worked in government and run it like it's a fucking black card, meaning you're running in the red all the time and you don't give a fuck. That's the problem. That's the problem.
The next question. The government should be used to incentivize people towards or away from certain actions. Now, I think the key to this question is incentivize. So to me, this means subsidy, sort of structuring taxes and stuff like that. And for me, I'm like 100% against that.
No.
Like, if there has to be a tax, it has to be a flat tax.
I'm totally against that. I'm totally against that.
No, this sounds one like you because this seems reasonable, but I'm 3 arrows against this. Right. Morty, what are you?
Right. The government should be used to incentivize towards or away from. What would be examples? Some examples.
Yeah, taxes on chocolate, taxes on special excise taxes on gas.
Oh, like
a progressive income tax.
Bloomberg outlawing the big gulps at 7-Eleven.
Soda tax, soda tax would be example.
No, I don't think this means this. I mean, the government should. Is it okay? So hold on a second. Let's read this again. The government should be used incentivizing people towards or away from certain action. Okay, so people as in the public or people that work for the government?
No, I take this as the people, not the government.
Okay. All right.
So, and by incentivize, I mean like economically shaping.
Sure. I don't think you should be on Section 8 receiving subsidies from the people that pay taxes and drinking alcohol and fucking smoking cigarettes and using your Section 8 and your fucking welfare for that shit. No, of course not.
Yeah. Or setting up special funds for certain types of businesses and
Right.
all that kind of
Right.
stuff.
Of
Are we
course
all
not.
3 hours on this?
I'm definitely one red. I'm definitely one red, maybe two red. I'll go two red.
I'm all the way to the
Two red.
left.
Okay.
I'm all the
Two
way.
red.
I'm all the way to the
What's
red.
what's your
I'm all the way
idea
to
of
the
an
red.
incentivization that you would agree with? Do you agree with progressive income tax?
I
as an
think
example?
anyone.
I
I think anyone who gets any kind of subsidy should be tested and proven. Meaning, you got to currently be looking for work. You have to prove that you're be looking for work. Weekly, you should be turning in papers where you're applying for jobs. I think you need to have monthly tests that show you're not drinking, drugs, or alcohol.
Yeah.
You know what? If I'm paying my fucking tax dollars, sorry, you should not be fucking receiving that shit. Sorry.
Once
you
Floodland
provide
says
for yourself-
scholarships.
You go ahead.
Most scholarships aren't coming from
my
the
God,
government,
That's a whole
though, are
different.
they?
That's a whole. That's a whole.
The
It
student
isn't.
loan-
It isn't.
student loans
Aussie.
yeah.
It isn't. It isn't. It isn't. It isn't because they're so heavily subsidized by the government. It's
Right.
ridiculous. So for us to say, "Oh, you're getting a scholarship from X school,"
Yeah.
well, they're probably getting 30, 40, 50% of their subsidies for their scholarships through the government, which is crazy.
I think that I'm happy to get rid of scholarships. I'm sure that there will be wealthy
No, I don't-
individuals who
I
will
don't
still
think that- no, I
sponsor
don't-
for bright individuals to go to school if they can't afford it.
No,
I don't think
hold
I
on,
would
hold on,
disagree.
hold on. I don't think. No, I don't think that. I think the schools should be self-subsidized through themselves, not the government.
No, I agree. I 100% agree. But I mean, the
That's all.
ramification is that only people that can afford it can go to school, and then you might have a smart kid who simply can't afford it. I'm like, nah, I think there will still be scholarships, but they'll be private, just like many scholarships are today, privately funded.
Privately, not government subsidized. The
Yeah,
fuck's
exactly.
the government have
So
to do
not
at
government.
Harvard?
Yeah. Okay,
I
so
mean, what the fuck?
Morty,
Yeah.
2-1 red
well,
green.
let me get this straight. So when Saudi Arabia funded Obama to go to law school and university, and
Right.
no, it's true. This is true. So you're
I
saying
know
that-
I know exactly what you're saying.
So you're saying
Jesus
outlaw that.
Christ.
Okay, got it.
Yes. Fuck
I
that.
agree. I get that's a double double
2 or
red.
3.
Double red.
Double red. Okay.
Double red, bro. At least.
All right.
Jesus. Yeah.
Cities, towns, and large plots of land should be privately owned and be made solely for the interests of its owners. That's pretty clear. I'm triple green on this one, but
in a public park.
Lots of land. and shit.
yeah, there would like if you're triple green on this, a public park wouldn't even exist. There would be parks; they would be private.
Cities, towns, what would be the same? Cities, towns, and large
Cities, towns.
land should be owned and be made. So,
Like the street that you live on wouldn't be public property; it'd be private. Could you imagine if it was private? The
No.
people who
No, I
actually
don't
owned
agree
it
with that,
could
bro.
kick people
No, I don't
off.
agree with that.
No
If the
protest.
agree
street,
with
if
that.
the street
No,
was
I don't agree
private,
with that.
if your street
You
was
could kick the
private,
protesters off.
wait a minute. If you if
That's
the
the
They'd have no
villages,
right.
baby. That's the villages, baby. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
street-
No,
wait,
no,
if the
no,
street
no,
was-
no, no.
well, if the street was private, like you were villages adjacent, okay, and you're walking your dog, the
Sure.
Karen bitch who's running the HOA
Right.
can come over and
Right.
demand no more dog walking for you.
Correct.
I
Right.
don't like that. No,
That's
sidewalk-
I agree.
okay.
No, that's all, I'm all the way on the right on that one. On the triple green. Fuck yeah.
No. You,
That's
for this,
crazy.
you'd be triple red. Like you don't want
Oh,
HOAs and stuff like that. Yeah.
Oh,
This
right,
is
right,
saying
right. Sorry. Yes,
single
correct,
red.
correct.
Single red.
single red.
No, I wouldn't want that. Yeah.
We
I
hugely
wouldn't.
disagree.
Yeah.
So I think that the HOA stuff in general runs pretty well.
I agree. I mean, there's
general-
a reason for that, right? In general, I agree.
I think
As
a lot
much
of the
as I
problems that come
dislike
up,
it-
it's usually a framing issue. It's sort of like, oh, that doesn't sound right.
right.
The reality is actually,
Right.
if you look deeper, there is a little bit more
Listen,
inspection.
I
of it.
lived in HOAs, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, okay, you can't, you have to paint your house a certain color. You have to ask for us to paint your house a color. And then you're like, what the fuck? I got to paint my house and I got to ask you to paint the color? Well, there's a reason for that. Imagine you paint it pink. Imagine you paint it red. Imagine you paint it, there's a reason for that. It keeps the stability of the value of that whole suburb, of that whole HOA area.
Yeah.
There's a reason for that, and you don't
Yeah,
want to do that.
I can see that.
Fucking
That
buy a
makes
house
sense.
outside of that.
Okay,
That's it.
but if you want to paint it a shade of blue, brown, tan, green, yellow, whatever, you still have to get an approval or select.
You'll never get
Exactly.
approval.
Yes.
Like in my community,
You'll never get
approval. You'll never get approval. Like the houses are built
No.
the way they're built, and you're meant to maintain
That's
it
right.
the way that it looks. You'll
Right.
never get approval.
Different shades, but more or less the same. And if you don't like it, then get the fuck out
No,
of the
there's
neighborhood.
a specific palette
That's it.
that
I know.
they
That's
have.
what I'm
you,
saying.
You don't get to pick it. You just got to maintain what the palette it was
Right,
built
so
with.
it's
You don't-
now,
so it's keep this color or get out of Fucktown.
yes.
listen, I'm going to tell you right
Ultimately.
now. I'm going to tell you right now. Even in Europe, Morty, I can paint my house. If I don't paint, if I painted a different shade of what is originally registered, I need to go to the city council and explain why and register the different color. So it's like one big HOA.
Right.
Yeah. And also like floodland. So linking to the last question, like what about parks? If it's like fully private, would there be parks? Well, I live in Summerlin in Las Vegas. The parks are not public parks. They're owned by Summerlin, which is a private
But
master
is
plan
that community a pretty wealthy, affluent area?
Yes.
Well, some places are not affluent, and there'd be no parks, in those communities. Where else? would
Yeah, but the parks in
where
those
else would
shitty
the
areas are also
where else
shitty,
would-
so it's not like the
where
government
else
made
would
it
the
good.
homeless have- Where else would the homeless have a place to sleep and the pimps to be?
No, but
Jesus.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Jesus.
Like if
Where
you
they're
if you
filling
try
up
to
their
set up a
spoons?
tent in Summerlin, you will simply be trespassed.
Fuck.
Look,
If you
Santa
try to set up a
Monica-
tent in the park.
if towns if cities like
Yes.
Santa Monica didn't have public parks, there'd be no places
Yes.
for the homeless to comfortably sleep and the pimps and hoes to safely walk around at night.
Right.
Exactly.
Right. How dare?
exactly.
How dare they? How dare we?
So I don't want
How
to change
dare
your
we?
vote too much, Morty. I mean, the purpose of us talking about is when we have a
Fuck.
disagreement, we may have interesting
No, that's good,
disagreements,
yeah.
but
I go with what did I? Did I already vote on this one? Single red? Was that it?
I think you're a single red,
Yes,
and
I
I'm
think
triple
so.
green.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Well,
single red's
wait,
still good.
What?
What?
Cities, towns, and large plots of land should be
privately owned. Nah, single red, maybe double red, but single red.
Okay, so still against the HOA, even though we understand what that might.
Yeah,
Well, the
I think
HOA
HOA is
Okay.
good if you want to get into it. If you don't want to get into it, should it be forced
Yeah,
upon
well,
you?
if you don't want it, then don't move there. That's the thing on HOA.
Right.
So.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
we
I'll
agree.
stick to. We'll move along.
Aussie, do you agree on that or no?
I mean, I think it should be 100% private. So I don't believe in any public
Okay, well,
aspect
there you
at
go.
all. So
Okay.
like
Okay.
that
Okay,
that means
that's your
I have to
opinion. That's
defend
fine.
the HOA, and I feel like I did.
Yeah,
so
that's fine.
okay.
That's fine. That's fine. Okay.
Cooperative and democratic workplace models are preferable to hierarchical ones. I'm single red just because like I've never worked in one where it was quote unquote democratic cooperative. I don't see it
Fuck me
working.
dead.
It doesn't align well with the capital, like who actually is at risk. You know what I mean? The boss has to
I
be
would
the
have
boss.
to. I would
ultimately.
have to hear examples of that for sure. To really. Fuck.
Well, I would say not preferable is like a very strong stance as well. Like for some reason, the preferable way to run a business is the one that we're predominantly not using. It would be very weird if cooperative democratic
I
workplace
agree.
was
That's
actually
what I'm
better.
saying. I would have to hear examples of
Yeah,
a counter argument on this one. I don't understand. Like,
I don't think I have
There
an
might be.
ideological
There might be.
aspect on this, but I think there's like an evidential one that like it's not preferential because typically
well,
obviously
it's a
it
question,
doesn't work.
right? So
If it
there's
was
got to be
prefer-
somewhere.
No, I think that some
I can't
people,
think
I
of
think
one.
someone who would be like triple green on this would be basically
Mm-hmm.
a communist. They
agree.
would say
Yeah.
Okay.
it doesn't really matter whether or not the workplace is profitable. What makes it good is that everyone feels included and has a stake and is
okay.
you know,
Good
you
point.
get what I'm saying?
Good
Like
point.
they're obviously measuring the business
yeah.
on something other than profit.
Yeah. Good point.
I'm single red.
Single. Yeah, that's good. Single.
I'm totally right on this. I believe in capitalism for sure. So
well, I don't think it's a
think
fundamentally capitalist versus communist question, but I could only see someone
Kind
like
of.
ignoring all of the evidence, valuing something other than profit, and that would have to be
Well, just
a
having
communist.
everything done by
Yeah.
groups and groups and you know, pot smoking group. I think more can be accomplished by a strong leader
Okay,
telling
so-
people what to do.
Right.
You know.
So not
All right,
being
cool.
knowledgeable enough on this situation, I would say
Okay.
single red or double red. Okay, I agree. Because I don't see
Smaller
where.
local communities or governments are preferable to large centralized sectors. I'm full green on this. Like if I had to do this, like I cannot even imagine why Washington state is controlled by one state government, considering how much power the state government has. The number of lifestyles from
What do you
east to
mean,
west, from
Washington
north to
State?
south.
You're talking about Washington D.C. or Washington State?
Washington state, like I mean, you go from Seattle, which is just full of just degenerates and drugs, to the eastern
Right.
part of the country, which is full of basically rednecks. Central Washington, which is a beautiful place, full of mostly, you know.
Well, this is a
pasty
Morty
white
question,
Republicans
really.
sort
I
of
think
style.
at this point.
Well, it's the same thing in Oregon with Washington. I mean, the state's controlled.
Well, that's
by
what
the
I'm saying. I think
degenerates
there's more
and
and Morty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Smaller. I agree with.
So
what's
what's your opinion, Morty?
Smaller local communities are governments are preferable.
The
In general,
counter
I would-
argument
in
though is
general,
we get
I
a
would
lot
give
of
it a double green.
yeah. The counter to this though is, do you like the federal government superseding things, and how much of that do you like?
Right. I think so. Okay. So let me say this. So gun laws. I know there's going to
Yeah.
be a big fucking topic.
I'd love federal preemption, that the only gun laws I have to follow
there
are
you go,
federal.
bro.
That would be amazing.
There you go. There you go. I'm with you 1,000%, dude. I hated going from New Jersey, New York, with the strict gun laws for criminals to get guns out of Virginia that I lived in, and I lived in North Carolina, and it was so. I mean, dude, please do me a favor. Come up with one motherfucking law that says how much time. What do I have to do to get a gun? Do I conceal? Can I not conceal? Just make it basic across 50 states. How is that so difficult? I don't understand.
Because you got liberal fanatic Democrats involved.
Yeah.
Well, that's the problem.
yeah.
That's what I'm telling you.
I think I
silly.
can live with saying for me that I'm double or triple green on this, because the reality of individual towns instituting their own gun laws, I'll
crazy.
just ignore all of them. I just ignore all of them.
It's crazy.
Aussie. Like they can't enforce it anyway, so I can just ignore all of it.
I think all three of us on this, if you tell me I got to wait 2 weeks to get a gun, I don't have a problem with that. I'm not going to go rob a bank tomorrow. What the fuck do I have to wait for 2 weeks? I don't give a shit.
What if your life is in danger from a crazed neighbor who's going to come over and kill you?
Yeah, a lot of people get their first
Can I use a
gun.
knife?
Or you have a domestic.
Can I use a knife?
Or you have a domestic.
Come on, sir. Let's not get crazy. Let's not get crazy.
Or you have a domestic home situation where you're in threat from your deranged husband or wife.
You're not going to fix a problem with a gun immediately. If you have a gun, that's a different story.
We don't need to get bogged down on this one. So we'll just say we're double green
I'm
on
just
this.
saying. Yeah.
We'll do double green. I think that's fair. There are some caveats, but you know, we wish that certain rights would preempt all of this. But
I just think it would. I think it would be awesome to be straight across the board, all the same federally, and be done with it instead of having states that are like.
So you would actually prefer this? But the thing is, like, I mean, you couldn't possibly expect Washington D.C. to give a shit about Poughkeepsie, Idaho, you know, roads. You know
right?
what
They
I mean?
don't.
Like,
But that's the problem. That's the problem.
Yeah. So we're like, are you that far from double green on this? Because I mean, you're implying you want just one across the world, but
no. But
we'll run to the next one.
Listen,
that's complicated. That is a complicated one.
Yeah, it is complicated because I'm getting into the weeds with. Yeah.
I hope Jamie
cultural,
fell asleep. I don't know if Jamie fell asleep listening to this, but
cultural adaptation to foreign ideas and values is necessary for societies to thrive in the modern world. Wow, this is complicated.
Jesus.
Wow.
Fuck. I don't know how to go with this one because I can tell you right now, all of us who have traveled, because I know Morty has traveled, Aussie, obviously you have traveled, and so have I. I think America lives in a bubble. Most people live in a bubble. And their ideas and beliefs are closed-minded to what it could be and could make America better. So I don't know.
I mean, obviously it comes down to selection. So like a lot of my life is like working in companies, and I've been in European companies, I've been in Australia, I've been on the inside of Asian companies and American companies. And I, for the most part, think that all companies should be run like American companies. That being said, there was a certain practicality with the British that I appreciated. They're a little bit more direct, but I think you can get that sort of more directness if you work for an East Coast American company. But I hear politics might be just even worse there within companies.
Okay, so, you just made a very good point. Okay, so yes, I'm with you. You just explained it perfectly. Yeah.
But that's just companies.
This
is talking about culture and ideas and like this is just and values. This is more than just like how you run a company. This is crazy. Exactly. But a lot of culture is company culture too. Like for example, Indians, they're very non-confrontational. You ask them to do something, they'll say, "Oh yes, blah blah blah. Oh, that's good." They'll tell you everything's good until the delivery date, and they're nowhere to be found because even on delivery date, when they can't deliver, they do not want to be even found.
Okay, so pause for a second. So if we take it into the context of a company, you talk about an East Coast company that is very direct and very confrontational versus a Southern company in the Southern states that is very, yes, sir, I'll do it for you, sir, and they don't deliver.
Yeah.
Because that is true. Right? So if we're talking
and I think the Southern culture is wrong in that, like, if those are the two choices, the Southern culture is wrong and they should adopt the Yankee culture.
From a company perspective, no, you're 1000% Yankee. You're right. You're exactly right because that's what they say. But that's company wise. Now, personal wise, I think Southerners have a much better life than the East Coast folks. I really do. They live life. East Coast folks work. That's all they do. They work. They don't live life, in my opinion. Because I've been in both situations. Morty, how about you?
I'm going to give this a single green. For example, if we import Swedish values, that can be good. For example, beautiful women and men, handsome men and beautiful women in a sauna together, and then after the sauna, they roll around in the snow naked.
Living life, right?
That's a good value to bring to our society. But countries that have a value of throwing people off rooftops and chopping off arms is not a value to our country to import, which is being imported. Okay.
I think the main idea is we're both. I'll probably be single green. So we're all open to adopting new values, cultures, and ideas as long as they're better.
Yes.
As long as they're better.
Okay, so I know I'm gonna fuck this up. I'm gonna fuck this up so bad. So because these questions are so vague that you can go into so many different directions. But imagine this type of thing going into Sharia law.
Right.
Yeah, that could happen. Like you say, we have to adopt a foreign culture because it's foreign.
That's why
that's not.
What the fuck?
Foreign isn't necessarily better. But
that's why I had to go with the single green.
Well, let's do single green. That seems about right. The concept of society and social norms should be abolished entirely. This is going to be like double red for me. I want there to be some individualism. This is what makes America great, but at the same time, you get real tired of it real quick if everyone's just trying to be the biggest clown.
I don't know what the holy shit. This could go so many different ways, dude.
Double red.
Yeah, I'll go double red. I don't
This
think
could go
there's
so
much
many. Yeah,
discussion
so do I.
here.
So yeah.
Double red.
By the way, in the future, I'd love to hear that what JB's 25 item inventory was that he sold. That must be amazing.
What do you mean?
You had a gun collection of 25. You said that you sold off.
Oh, I did.
Yeah,
I
wonder
had
what you
to.
had.
I couldn't bring it.
Incredible. I understand. I wonder what you had in the collection. Is all I'm saying.
Oh, I'll send it to you one day. I had so many
Well, okay,
handguns,
whatever.
long
Yeah,
guns.
anyway. Yeah. Terrific.
yeah.
Okay.
This one's easy.
Yeah.
Tradition
I
is
loved it.
antithetical to reason. This sounds like a hardcore attack on tradition, but I think to me, I'm happy to be double or even triple red. It's just a recognition that just because something was done in the past doesn't mean it's good today. It doesn't mean you have to stop doing it just because it's not reasonable anymore. But you have to recognize that it's like the only reason you are doing it is because
so
it's
let's talk about this for a second. Because a part of me is so patriotic American, but part of me also feels like, is the Constitution still relevant? Let's have a convo about that.
Yeah.
Morty, do you think the convo of the Constitution is still relevant to today?
Oh, completely.
It is the founding fathers. I
Completely.
understand that is the foundation, but I think there's some things that are just, I don't know if they make sense anymore.
For example, can you pick an example on that?
All right, so
I'm going to give
can
this
you
double
own-
red, by the way. Yeah.
That's fine. You have to throw that in there to try to skew my
Yeah,
conversation.
where
I mean,
were you
like,
going to say? Where's your current vote? Where you said double red?
Double red. Like, I mean,
Double red.
in the Plymouth colony,
I agree.
they put people in public
Listen,
stocks,
I agree.
like
I'm
in
just
Williamsburg. That's a tradition not
Right.
worth continuing, you know.
Right. I agree with you, Morty. I agree with you. But I think it's worth having a civil conversation sometimes about this, because
Mm-hmm.
the Constitution that was created, 40 years ago? 50 years ago?
About right.
250 years ago? Is it still relevant today? Should it not be adjusted a little bit? I'm not saying discontinued.
Well, they were smart guys. I mean, even at the time, like Thomas Jefferson,
But could they-
I know he was
could they
saying,
think
like,
of what
I
would have been
hope that this
today?
isn't just the dead ruling over the living for eternity, you know? Like, that's not what they had hoped for. Which is what
but
they
the
were
danger of
instilling
that
in the
is,
Constitution.
who are you going to have changing it?
I
Gavin
agree.
Newsom and
I
Hillary
agree. This
Clinton?
is the
Bernie Sanders?
no. Pelosi? No.
Pelosi,
I'm not talking about that. Right.
Yeah.
This is not what I'm talking about. I think smart-minded people. You're right. It's hard to. Fuck. What the fuck do you do? You just leave it
People were-
alone at that point.
People of the founders era, the scholars then were way more brilliant than the leaders today, who are all turned into communist, drug dealers. Like
Look,
Clinton.
Listen, can we all agree that we would, if it was us three, we would change a few things, but leaving it to the masses? Can we agree on this? If it was up to us three, we would tweak a few things, but leaving it to the masses would demolish it, and just leave it alone and be gone and move forward. Leave it the way it is.
But I think
Is that it?
outside of just purely Constitution, like, there's a lot of things that we hold tradition, or we do things today that just because of the way they're done.
Yeah. For
I think
example,
it's always important to
tradition-
inspect what you're about to do.
Yeah, for example, was Christmas tree in the town square. Okay, that goes back whatever in America. Okay, and now they don't do that. Portland has the tree. There's zero Christmas decoration. You can't even say Merry Christmas anymore. The country's been, so Trump said, Merry Christmas is back. Okay, which you absolutely. So, turning these American traditions into
That's a good point, dude.
communist
That's a
gulag
good point.
environment is,
That's
So,
why it's so dangerous, dude. That's why it's just us three talking. I was just asking the question, but
yeah.
I think you're right. It's almost impossible to try to change it to lead to the masses, because it's going to get so out of control.
Yeah. So just highlighting
Like
Spring and
Jesus.
Cialta's comment, tradition is based on hundreds or thousands of years of trial and error knowledge. Traditions is the essence of reason and not antithetical to it. I think that's
Well stated, yeah.
That's not a bad way to look at it, but if
Unfortunately, the Constitution was
like
like that.
the traditions that stay, like if all we did was reason, and then by that definition, there's no difference between reason and tradition. Okay, so
True.
Maybe that's the crux of the question, whether or not we think tradition is reason and should. But I honestly think that everything should be re-inspected. I'm not to say that all traditions need to be thrown out, but they all need to be re-inspected.
I agree with you, but the problem is it is very dangerous. It's
very dangerous,
exactly,
right? Exactly.
So that's the thing, right? So the Constitution wasn't built with tradition. It was initiated initially.
It was radical at the time.
It was right. Radical is exactly the word, right? And then it became tradition, and now it's being held with tradition. But you start to look back at it, and you're like, oh, there's a couple of things I would tweak, but it's so dangerous to try to tweak it because then you're opening Pandora's box. You just don't. You're afraid.
Yeah,
you really are. I mean, it's crazy to think about it that way. I mean, it's
okay. Morty, you were double red. We'll move on. I don't think we can move this one along.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
What was it, Morty?
You're right. Good.
Double
good
red.
One.
Yeah.
Good.
Double
good
red.
one.
Okay.
Yeah. Same for me. Good keeping us
Traditional gender roles ought to be maintained. I don't know if there's going to be any discussion here.
Absolutely. Fuck that. Absolutely.
Triple
Not
green.
to be.
Well, wait, traditional gender roles, like, this isn't saying traditional genders. This
male,
is gender
female.
roles. This
male,
includes,
female.
well,
That's
no.
it,
This
done.
is
End of
male,
story.
female, but it's saying that women should be housekeepers and men go out and kill themselves all day. No, gender role. This isn't just. This isn't saying the gender binary needs to be maintained. It's saying gender roles need to be maintained.
Yeah, but this doesn't obviate if a woman wants to become a scientist.
We could go right. We could go everywhere with
become
this.
a scientist or a business owner, that doesn't disqualify that by going triple green. You know.
I think it does.
I'm thinking
traditional
male, female,
gender role.
Dude.
No. Traditional gender role certainly
this.
doesn't have a woman as a CEO. That's not traditional in any way. She would be in the front cover of Time magazine and blah blah blah.
Okay, I see what you're saying now. Okay.
Double
I get what
green.
you're saying.
Double green.
Okay. We'll go with that. I think I'm closer to down.
I'm
here.
in the middle, bro.
Yeah, I'm middle to lower red.
Because
I'm not going to disagree
if you want
it to go double green.
Yeah, I don't know which way they.
I think we would be better off if we maintain traditional gender roles. I think we would, but I think the ramifications.
I think you can go either way with.
Could be bad.
Yeah. Let's just.
All the Bella Abzug and gross-looking feminist lesbians in the 60s did major destruction to the women's movement. You know, and
in Portland. You're living in Portland, bro.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm going to click double green. It's not because we're in agreement. I just think that Morty.
I'm in the middle, bro.
Knows what he's talking about.
No, I don't even know what. To be honest with you, this could go either way. So I don't even. I'm thinking in my mind one thing. And it could mean something totally different. So I'm just going to be in the middle.
Yeah. Springfield, even the GOP is double red. I think most people are actually double red. But I think we should have some pause. Like, everyone should really ask this. Like, is double red good? As in, destroy the gender roles?
You ask this question to a lot of people. They go, well, triple red because there are hundreds of genders. It's fluid.
All right.
That's where I was going
for
with
example,
this question,
like I would advocate. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry.
No, go
ahead. I was gonna say, I that's exactly what I was thinking, right? But then once Aussie put it the way he said, what he interpreted this question, then I start thinking differently. I mean, it's so.
Here's a policy that I I'll propose, and it would be, so for example, I think, quote unquote, like, I'm not saying this is like what I'll die on, this is the hill I die on.
Sure.
Females, women should not be allowed to go to university, as an example.
What?
And the reason is because they evidently almost never pursue that career. That it would be better to educate a male who will then be, motivated.
Dude, men do the
by
same
society.
thing. What are you talking about, bro?
No, but if you look at the actual numbers of the number of women that abandon their careers 1, 2, 5 years in because they marry up to a rich guy, it's like basically the society is made worse because of women taking up university roles that men could have otherwise taken.
Okay,
I think that's a reality today. It's not a hypothetical.
Agreed. And I don't know what the numbers are, but I would agree with your hypothesis on this because it sounds reasonable. However, I would say that also I worked in the medical field, right? I worked for a pharmaceutical company that the sales reps made a lot of money. And when you would ask the sales reps what they went to school for, had nothing to do with what they were doing.
It's true. There's a very high failure rate if you consider education not steering people into careers. But women in particular are very, very bad at holding on to that education.
It makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense what you're saying. I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know. I don't know the numbers, but sounds reasonable. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, and that wouldn't preclude a woman taking up nursing. That would be a traditional gender.
Sure.
Okay. So Morty was double green on this.
My urologist is a female, and I love going to the office. I can't wait.
But you're still double green, okay?
I can't wait to reschedule my appointments.
All right. Sidebar. You know what always freaked me out is when you had a male cheerleader, right? And you hear that at first, and you're like, "What the fuck? A male cheerleader?" And then you understand why, and you're like, "That makes sense." A male cheerleader. He's got to throw the chick up. He's got to hold her. He's got to fucking push her up. He's got to catch her. He's got to do all that shit. He's got to be strong. He's got to be powerful. That makes sense. So
as long as the entire cheerleader team isn't all male, then it makes sense.
Right. That would be different.
And the pom-poms are in lavender color.
Right. And the nails aren't colored. Yeah, I get it. Right. Okay. I'm with you guys.
This one's going to be, we'll see. Different kinds of people should so these are the keywords. Should ideally keep within their own kin.
I have to take a 30-second break. I'll be right back.
Okay, we can talk. I'm mixed race from Australia, and I've lived in other countries. I live in America now.
Sure.
And my wife is not of the background that I am. Apart from she was born in Australia,
I think this is
she's
bullshit.
Chinese.
I think this is bullshit. I think this is what makes the world great is not keep it within your own kin. So that's my opinion. I think everybody should mix. Everybody.
What does keep mean? Everybody. I mean, marry. I mean, marry's got to be the most intimate, right? So we can't say
think so. Yeah,
marriage can be intermixed, but community should be not.
Yeah, I think so. Well, no, that's a good point. Okay, so that's a good point. So, no, that's a smart view of it, right? What you just proposed. So, is it living within the same type of community, or living or marrying within the same community? I look at this and I think marrying.
Mm-hmm. I think this also extends to community, like within their own. So you should only keep
I think it could
within their own kin.
I think you're right. And either way, I think it's wrong.
Let me look up kin.
Either way, I think it's wrong. Kin is your race. Kin is your race.
Okay, kin is race. It's not just kin is like your direct family.
No. Kin is your race, bro. Kin is your race.
Really?
Yeah. So I was born American. My whole family's Portuguese, so my kin is Portuguese.
I think kin means more family.
Oh no, it's more family.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's family. It's where your family's from.
But it's not race. It's family.
Well, okay, I say it. Oh, you're right. I'm saying it wrong. Your family.
Yeah.
But your family is your race. If you think about it. If you think about it, your family's. Well, okay. That's a good point.
I'm willing to say that I'm like down the middle. I don't even I don't know what the nullify button does, but
so vague, dude. Jesus.
I would definitely not try to prevent people from doing it. So I wouldn't. Maybe I'm a red.
Regardless if it's family or race, I say mix it up. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay. So like 1, 2, 3 reds.
Regardless. I'll do 3.
Morty, what's your gut check?
Bro. The more, the better.
definition is one's relatives or family. Okay. But no, I disagree. So definitely single red, maybe double. A single red, no question.
Okay.
I would do triple red because I think it makes okay. So Morty, in the East Coast,
maybe double red. I really disagree with that.
Well, think in the East Coast. Okay, so New York and New Jersey, right?
Yeah.
That's what I know, and I know you know that, dude. I didn't know what racism was back then because you were born with everybody. Like there was everything was mixed.
I've mentioned that many times. Growing up, everybody got along great. No, there wasn't,
exactly. It didn't matter.
A whole different.
It didn't matter.
Yeah.
But in 2008, when I moved down south, and they started calling me a Yankee, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking like Yankee? What are you talking about? You talking about the team? What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, I know.
I didn't understand. That's when I truly understood racism at that point. And I'm a white guy, right? Dude,
So
when I moved to North Carolina, go ahead.
Yeah, we'll
this
keep
is a
it
bad
going.
one, dude.
This one,
Yeah.
so this one to me was very difficult because it's got this "and" part. So abortion is abhorrent and ought to be made illegal. I've followed a YouTube channel which is extremely anti-abortion, and they want to make it illegal. The parallel that he drew that convinced me was that in the past, slavery was legal and they made it illegal. Okay? And slavery is not as bad as murder, certainly of innocence. And so it really isn't a huge leap to say we should make the murder of innocence illegal. It'd be in the similar vein of saying we want slavery to be made illegal. So you're an abolitionist, basically. For me, I can't get over the illegal part, so I have to go double or triple red just because I cannot make it illegal because I don't believe in government. So it's just not the ideal situation for me.
I agree with you.
Like I 100% think it's abhorrent, but I really wouldn't lift a finger to punish a mother for it.
Okay, but now what if you add into that thinking a third trimester abortion or a post birth abortion?
Well, this is where you start going down the rabbit hole because I agree with you on that part, Morty. Because
there are liberals.
There are people out there advocating for that. 100%.
Yeah, there are many liberals,
like
Hillary Clinton, who say who support the baby's born and you can still abort it.
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
Absolutely. That's true. Yeah.
I think most reasonable people should be 1, 2, and 3 green. I think most reasonable people should be 1, 2, and 3 green. I'm probably over here just because I'm an extremist in terms of anti-government stuff, but I think that most people should not see it as a good thing.
So,
it's not a good thing to abort children.
Up to a certain point, right? Like mistakes happen. 1, rapes happen. That's 2, right? You have relationship that goes back to the mistake problem, but it should be up to a point. You shouldn't be 6 months in and say, you know what, I'm gonna give it up or I want to abort. What the fuck?
Yeah.
And by the way, I also go ahead. Sorry.
A double green.
Okay. Yeah. All right. We ought to return to a simpler lifestyle. Wow, this is kind of fun.
That's difficult. It's difficult, bro.
I'm in double red. I'm not a nostalgist, and honestly, my lifestyle isn't possible without finance and internet and Bitcoin and whatnot. Like it's just not. This would be nostalgia without any.
The idea is nice
to it.
Right.
Yeah. The world is complicated. It's very, very complicated. I feel sorry for people who can't comprehend it and get ahead of it, but
I know.
I think we are better off.
I think we all say life was simpler, but you know what? Previous generations probably said the same thing.
Yeah.
It just
I mean,
evolves.
it may
So-
sound stupid, like, oh, life was simpler. Oh, yeah, but you didn't have a dishwasher and a washing machine and a microwave. It's like, that
Right.
sounds flippant,
Yeah,
but
but the
honestly,
man in
these
white
things
didn't
are
have
a
to work
huge thing.
either.
Yeah,
Right.
that's true.
Right. Hey,
Morty?
nowadays they do.
Well, a simpler lifestyle can include a dishwasher and home appliances, you know, but it doesn't have to include the utter, chaos some people just can't handle with all the technology now. People walking around looking at their phones all day long while they're walking and crossing traffic.
Yeah.
And so I would
And like,
say,
who knows what happens next with AI and whose jobs,
yeah,
blue collar
So
work
I
is
would
gone.
say
Right.
single.
And that's what I'm saying. You could go so many different ways with this question.
Single green.
Jesus.
Single
Yeah.
green.
Yeah.
I'm in double red because I'm not that optimistic about the future, but I would not trade the past for the present. So yeah, it is what it is. Okay,
Not in today's world. No, you can't. You can't. It's illegal. I mean, you just couldn't. How could you? Yeah, I agree.
acts and organizations like jury duty or public schools made compulsory by the state are evil and should be abolished. I'm triple green, but so,
Jesus
I don't know
Christ.
what this is going to be. Way harder for you guys who
My
are,
goodness.
actually want a government. This is way more difficult for you guys.
Jesus Christ.
Morty, what's your gut check on this?
Decades ago, public schools and public colleges were phenomenal, but they've been destroyed. Here we go by the liberal, insane Democrats. No, it's absolutely true. So the system was great; it was the greatest in the world, and now it's just awful because of that reason. But evil and abolished as they exist now, you can't abolish them. How do kids get an education? Many parents are not qualified to homeschool. They're illiterate idiots, watching YouTube all day,
100%.
smoking
Right.
crack.
But I would say that if I had a choice to eliminate them today, I know how bad it could be and perceived. But at least there won't be kids going in there being told by teachers that they're the wrong sex.
Mm-hmm.
And that could be far more important to a child's health
1000%.
than everything else.
1000%. But the alternative, Aussie, is that the system is not okay. So the world cannot. Fuck. How can I explain this? I agree with you. I just don't think that it would take decades and decades to try to change it. And then what do you do in the meantime? That's the problem we're in.
Yeah.
Like in the U.S., you have all these private schools.
Well,
right?
I mean,
Not
this
private
is
schools, what do you call
like
those?
to me, I was proposing the most extreme version of this, where they disappear tomorrow. This is just saying are evil and should be abolished, as in this could be practically implemented over time. It's not like this is the ideal condition.
I
at the
agree.
end, not
agree.
how you go about it.
Yeah, if I were arrested,
Good point. Good point.
If I were arrested here in Portland on a self-defense charge, the jury of my peers would all be fanatic, pink-haired men and women, shaved heads, and wearing dresses and smoking crack. So how would I? It would be so difficult to get 12 jurors as my peers.
Yeah.
So
You might as well get carried by 6 at that
might as well
point.
just get,
Jesus.
get guillotined because I don't stand a chance. But how would you have jury duty?
No, that's a good point.
How would you have jury duty, Ozzy, without the current system of everyone has to serve, as opposed to professional jurors as a company offering?
Yeah, I think juries, it's just too capital intensive to really work outside of compulsoriness. Like a private system wouldn't have that. It'd be more like the German system where there'd be judges, and the judge actually does judge. And I don't really like that much, but I mean that's the closest I can give you to an example where there would still be a court, and maybe it's privately run. The judge would ultimately be the judge, and that could really suck because there's certain legalities that are technically crimes that the judge would be like, oh, that's a crime, so you're guilty. But I think the act of jury nullification is really important in America, because if you cannot even explain to an ordinary person why what the person did was a crime, if you cannot even explain that to them in normal terms, how could the person have possibly committed the crime in the first place? Because they barely understand how a crime even exists, what the law even is.
I agree, keeping the current jury system, but you have to have an IQ test or a qualification test to be a juror, because many people are just brain dead and they go on the jury.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
And not only that, I'm
OJ
sorry,
jurors.
but if you're famous, you're fucked, bro.
Look at the Michael
if you're
Jackson
famous,
OJ jurors.
you're fucked.
I mean, incredible.
How can someone say they never heard of anything? And why do they not sequester, juries from
everything.
Famous? Well, everything, all the time. Like, pay them good.
Pay them.
Fuck, bro. That's part of the other issue.
Yeah. Pay them so they can serve and not
that's
risk
part of
their
the
job,
issue, dude.
and sequester the hell out of them.
Sequester everybody, pay them properly to have a fair trial.
I mean, if the
famous,
Biden government,
you're fucked.
Listen, if the Democrats who run these cities can pay for illegals in 5-star hotels and give them a $10,000 Visa card and health benefits, then they can pay Americans
1,000%, bro. 1,000%.
So where are we on this? You like juries, but public schools
no.
maybe.
Double no.
So don't abolish them.
Double red.
Yeah,
Keep
same
them
thing.
On. Okay.
Oh no. Yeah, they should not be. So double red. Yeah.
Yeah.
So keep them.
Yeah, you have to make improvements and change. You have to keep it.
You got to have something, but do we agree on the way? No, I mean it gets too complicated at this point. Yeah.
I mean, I'm triple green, but you're not gonna. Yeah, the things that you guys were wrestling with there were not anything I even give a shit
listen,
about.
if there was a system,
this is part of the conversation, right? So
if there was a system where I could be the totally autocratic judge and jury, that would work because I'm eminently fair. But the problem is, you're going to get mental cases who are just distorted, sick, and twisted, and not fair. So it wouldn't work.
Right.
You have to have
until you're not fair, and you're jaded by a previous experience. That's the problem, dude.
I'm incorruptible. I really believe that. Money won't do it. Promises of sexual dalliance.
Dirk. It's not a race. We probably won't finish, but we already know the answer. It's third way liberalism.
I think more.
So this one's an easy one.
I might go with three-way liberalism, but
three-way liberals. That's fun, right?
Dirk, you're in for the long haul, buddy. Come on, jump on the panel, Dirk. I'd like to hear Dirk's fucking opinion on a lot of this shit too.
That would be good, actually. He would.
I think it would be interesting. Yeah,
it would.
I think so.
Large state bureaucracies and administrations
has been thoroughly done and handled properly and moved on.
Yeah, large state bureaucracies and administrations are wasteful, evil, and should be minimized or abolished wherever possible. Triple green.
Jesus. Yeah.
Triple green.
Of course.
All right.
Yeah.
Drug and substance usage are immoral acts and should be socially punished.
I agree. I do agree. I fuck that shit. You know what? Let me just say this. If it's proven by a doctor that you need to take a substance to improve your health, fine. If not, fuck you. That's the way I see it. That's my opinion.
Let me answer this question while I reach for another benzo. Hold on.
I'm probably in the reds. I don't think that the use are immoral, but the lifestyles
I think it is immoral
that come from abuse of it can be highly detestable and should be quote unquote socially punished. Like, I don't think alcoholism should be celebrated. Blah blah blah. But if someone has a drink, that single act of having a drink is not immoral.
All right, so let's break this down for a second. Drug and substance usage are immoral acts and should be socially punished. Okay, you can go different ways with this. Is it a perhaps once in a while? Is it abused? Is it? I mean, fuck.
I think it's not abused. It's not talking about abuse. It's talking about use. So this
Okay.
would be advocating for prohibitions
okay.
on marijuana,
So I'll be in the
and
middle.
alcohol.
Then I'll
and
be in the middle.
tobacco.
Yeah, I'll be in the middle because I don't think I'll be in the middle for myself.
If I'm living at the villages, I'm serious. If I'm living at the villages,
Jesus
no,
Christ,
serious, in
Morty.
my home, okay, and I want to
Come on.
smoke opium and just calm out for the entire night.
Opium? Who the fuck says opium? What are you talking about?
I
Opium?
think
Classy.
Come on, buddy.
I think that would be good for me. Okay, but if
Could
I'm
be
in the
good.
villages and I'm 70, 80 years old and I want to
Okay.
stay home and smoke opium with my girlfriend,
Jesus.
I don't feel like
In the
to be
Chinese
socially
den?
punished.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, right, I'm saying that. Yeah,
God
I don't feel
damn.
like those people should not be
Fuck.
socially punished. They're minding their own business and everything's fine. Is it immoral
Yeah.
to smoke a joint or smoke opium at home? I don't know.
Okay. And then that couple then goes outside of the house, gets in their car, and runs over a poor kid that's your child.
But that's
in a
the
suburb.
act that is immoral.
Right.
It isn't just using.
That's what I'm saying. It could go either way. Right. So I'll be.
What's your
that's why I
take?
said I'll be in the middle. I'll be in the middle.
They use that in San Francisco. The guy ate too many Twinkies and he killed somebody.
Right.
was
So
a
what's your
Twinkie.
take? I think you're in
What?
1, 2, or 3 red.
Ate too many Twinkies and he killed somebody? What are you
You
talking
don't know the
about?
story, the Twinkie defense? I'll send you a link on that. Okay.
Yeah.
Drug and
Okay.
substance usage are immoral acts and should be. I disagree.
I'll
That's
be in the
double
middle
red.
from me.
Double red.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be in the
Economic
middle.
class systems are divisive. I think in America this is more
Jesus
true than
Christ.
other places. So class in
Really?
Europe is different than class in America. Class in Europe, you can be upper class elite and not actually be economically ahead of many other people. There's lords and stuff like that that are very much middle class in terms of economics, but they're elites in terms of influence and power.
Whoa. Wait a minute. Think about what you're saying. Economic class systems are divisive, right? In America, you could be whoever the fuck you want to be. In Europe, you can't. Think about what you're saying.
No, but in America, if you are rich, you are afforded
Yeah.
things like safety and better healthcare.
Okay.
And
Okay.
people who are poor,
And if you're poor, you're poor.
yeah,
Right.
and you don't have
And-
things
and-
like
and
basic
Europe- in
safety
Europe,
or basic healthcare.
Okay, so
Those experiences
in
of life
America,
are very
when you're
different.
poor, so in America, when you're poor and you have a big screen TV and you're a Section 8 and you smoke cigarettes and drink booze and smoke crack, that's not being poor. Go to the rest of the
Right.
world. Being poor means you don't have running water, for crying out loud.
Yeah. Well, in that case, like if
So-
you include the third world or developing nations, then it's even more so.
Right.
The difference is
Right.
extreme.
Being
But
poor
like
to me,
basically,
I-
I'm
means I-
green
I
here,
don't
but
have
the
money.
exception is the more social a society is, it flattens it out. I mean, by definition, socialism is trying to flatten out the outcomes. But I wouldn't. I would advocate for pure capitalism, but I'm also not delusional to think
I
that it doesn't
agree.
create a
I
divide
agree.
between the haves
I
and
agree
the
with you.
have-nots. Yeah.
I think it's harder outside of America is what I'm trying to say. I think it is even more divisive outside of America because it's hard to get out of that.
There are positive
bucket.
aspects to divisive class systems. For example, okay, if I were at Martha's Vineyard, Obama and Big Mike, who are worth over 100 million, and they're definitely in a different economic class, they will not invite me
Right.
to their house party, and I will never invite them to my place for a cup of coffee. Okay, so economic class systems being divisive in that case are positive because I don't want to associate with them at all. I want to just throw them in prison. But anyway,
So where are
I would
you?
say, I would say single red.
So you don't think they're divisive? They don't create a divide between
Well,
people?
of course there's a division, but so what?
Okay.
people
Yeah, but
are
so
gonna-
in that case,
people are
you
gonna be
recognize that
rich,
it's true. You
but
agree
poor-
that they are divisive.
Rich people are going to be rich, and
Yeah.
poor people have an opportunity to become rich, or not.
But this isn't a so what question. This isn't a like.
Okay,
Yeah.
economic
Yeah,
class systems are divisive.
I think it's true. But if I had only grown up in England, I would say that potentially it isn't.
But here, I mean, middle class people associate with extremely wealthy people, and yeah, they get looked down on by a snob. But that's not being divisive.
All right, maybe single green. Like this, is not a strong one. I mean,
single green.
Yeah. Cultural and societal traditions strengthen communities and societies at large. I have to say this is a huge yes. I'm not religious, but I do see value in people going to church and forming communities around. It doesn't even matter if it's real, but I can't get over the fact that I don't actually believe in God. So otherwise, I'd be going to church. I would happily. As an example of a cultural and societal tradition.
Double green.
Morty, double green.
I think you need to believe in something. So whatever it is, you need to believe in.
I would rather have the culture and societal traditions and not believe.
Whatever.
If I could participate in
whatever
in a culture and society without the belief, then I'd be happy
Whatever.
too. Which brings me to like
I'm with you.
Docs. Docs is actually the opposite. He believes but doesn't care about any of the cultural and societal traditions. He's the opposite. I wish I could participate in that if it wasn't for the belief aspect. He doesn't want to participate in the good stuff, but he still has a woo-woo up top. Okay, so what was it, 1 or 2 green, Morty?
Double green.
Double green.
Yeah, me too.
Individualism.
The rich have better access to better healthcare. Rich are going to have better access to everything because they're rich.
Yeah.
So that doesn't mean anything. That's the way.
But it means that there is a division. Like that is a division. So I think we're all in agreement.
That's the way everything's always been.
Yeah.
I mean, going back 100,000 years, some caveman had a better wife and a better cave than the other guy.
Right.
Well, what's Mac Lobster's comment? England's class system is massive. Are you kidding me? I want you to explain that to me. I don't know what. I mean, the class system encompasses everyone, so I don't disagree. I just think that everyone in England is basically in the middle class, unless you are the elite. But the elite isn't defined by money; it's defined by influence and power. So it's not.
I just think outside of the U.S., to go back to the other and say what Matt Lobster's, I think what he's saying is, I think outside of the U.S., it's very difficult to get out of your family class.
Yeah.
In the U.S., easy. You are who you.
Social mobility.
You want to be.
If you have an economic
outside
class
of US,
system rather than a social class system, you can move up the ladder in class just by having money.
In the U.S.
I understand that. Yeah.
In the U.S.
and that's
outside
a U.S.
of the
specific
US,
thing.
I think it's very difficult.
Look,
I think it's
easy
very
to make
difficult.
money. Just deal drugs or become a pimp, and then you too can buy a Chrysler 300.
Yeah.
Like Obama in Chicago.
Morty.
Bloodland
It
says
happens.
its devices.
Morty,
Louis
does
Blaster,
it
the
not
CEO
happen?
for it.
Of course. Yeah. Okay. Individual.
I mean, think about this. I mean, you have how many famous people that we hear, rappers, singers, actors, were drug dealers and uplifted themselves, got out of that bullshit, and elevated themselves to become something greater. Now,
correct.
morally, are they greater? I don't know. Okay? Morally, I don't know. But money-wise, they are.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Are they still a scumbag in many cases?
This is going to be the last question for me.
Totally different story.
I kind of have to start helping with dinner prep.
Yeah.
Individualism is an unhealthy scourge of a culture. We're Americans here. I think this is going to be 1, 2, or 3 red.
For an American, it would be a 2 or 3 red.
Yeah.
Say that again.
Yeah. Individualism is an unhealthy scourge of a culture. For an American, this is like,
for Japanese, it's 2 or 3 green.
Yes, it's probably 3 green.
3 green.
Well,
3
yeah.
green.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what makes America great. That's why you get out of this bullshit of classism and socialism and fucking, socialism isn't all bad, by the way. It cuts through the red tape on a lot of shit. But there's a lot of downfalls to it too, obviously. Capitalism is great. The U.S. is great. but there's a lot of bullshit that goes involved with it too. It'd be amazing if we could find a middle ground, but we can't. It's just impossible.
Two or three red, Morty?
So,
Two red.
three for
Red.
me.
Well, at some point, there's too much of individualism. Like, everyone is 75 genders and a space
Right.
alien. And,
Yeah, I want my own gender.
Jesus, I didn't know you were going there.
Gender, and, I wanna
Okay,
marry a
now I take it
reptile
back. Now I'm single red. Jesus Christ, I didn't know you were going there. Fuck.
That's the life.
Single
That's
red
the
for me
reality.
then.
Life.
Jesus Christ.
Look crazy.
So what was,
I know,
what was
I
it,
know.
Morty?
That's the dangerous part.
Two red.
Red.
Okay,
Single-
I'm going to
single
try
thing.
nullify these and see if that means anything. Yeah, let's see what we get just from what we've done.
Yeah.
31. Oh, no. I keep hitting back.
It could go either way with so many of these things. I mean, it's crazy. But I like this. I like this. It's a good.
Are we
it's a
going
good
to end up with
conversation, for sure.
third wave liberalism? Because I tried to only represent what
Oh my
Morty
God.
was doing.
My
This wasn't a
goodness.
mix.
Don't tell me that. Yeah.
Oh, we were pretty close, but we sort of veered into freedom a little bit more. We got a little bit more progressive, but
Fuck! Morty! Jesus Christ.
Well, I told you I'm for hanging traitors in the public square. I mean, I don't know if this reflects that.
This was a good show. Thank you for this. This was awesome. Thank you, Aussie.
yeah, no worries.
This was
Sorry,
good.
I gotta go.
Yeah.
I've got dinner prep. This is
Yeah,
fun.
so do I.
Great. Thank you, Ozzy.
It's almost
Thank
midnight
you.
for me. I gotta
Thank
go.
you.
All right,
And
fellas.
JB,
Thank you.
yeah.
Appreciate it.
JB.
Thanks for having me on, Morty.
See you later.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Question, Ozzy, where can we find this quiz? Great question. Maybe he'll tell us if he sees that comment, or I'll ask him next time he stops by. I can ask him. Being poor is better in Europe. I don't know if you're poor and live in socialist communist states like Hawaii, Washington, Oregon, you get great benefits. They give you food, healthcare, place to live, spending money, drug money, dope money, beer money. It's, yeah. See you, Floodland. Hey, been here for 3 hours and 53 minutes. So let's bring it up to 4 hours. We'll just do another 5 or so minutes. And, wow, very nice. It's been a while, so let's, there we go.
We need to start seeing results. If we do not turn a profit soon, Morty is going to have someone's nuts in a fucking sling. I don't want to hear that he needs to shoot coke with a straw in his ass on a live stream to bring in the money, or sadistically beat a crack whore for a buck. Morty has class. He is not a degenerate ass.
Yeah, let me remove that. Yeah, Davey, I don't understand your comments. They're not, panel is gone, time to queue up the hate clips. These are not hate clips. These are entertaining, amusing, insightful clips. And a lot of them reveal a lot of truth and deep meaning. These are not hate clips. Stuff is not made up. Yeah. Not making things up about people that are, hateful, vile, vicious comments, So there's a vast difference from a hate clip to a quality clip, especially, hate clips don't reveal the truth. Here we reveal the truth.
Even the truly majorly insane have moments of clarity. It is not often, but sometimes they can get it right when they truly know the truth, and it is outwardly communicated outside of the fantasy land in which they live. This is the demented and deranged. A moment of clarity.
Mental fucking illness is everywhere in this fucking whole. I gotta honestly say, my assessment, I think Crappie's the most normal fucking person out of everybody.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point. You know, he's a nice guy.
I gotta honestly say, my assessment, I think Crappie's the most normal fucking person out of everybody.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point. You know, he's a nice guy.
He is a nice guy. Even the crazies know he is a nice guy. A sane guy. That Morty, he is a nice guy. The asylum knows that Morty is a nice guy.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point. You know, he's a nice guy.
Mental fucking illness is everywhere in this fucking whole.
The demented, the deranged, no Morty is a nice guy.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point. You know, he's a nice guy.
Mental fucking illness is everywhere in this fucking whole. I gotta honestly say, my assessment, I think Crappie's the most normal fucking person out of everybody.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point.
I gotta honestly say, my assessment, I think Crappie's the most normal fucking person out of everybody.
Yeah, that Morty. Oh, he's a nice guy. Nice guy. The demented, the deranged, no more. There is a nice guy. Even the crazies know. Nice guy. Nice guy.
Wow, what a phenomenal video. Hey, Mac Lobster 199 Super Chat channel member. Thank you very much for the channel support, Mac Lobster. This show proves face blasting isn't required. No, of course it's not required. If you're vicious, sadistic, lunatic, then it's all you have, JB, wow, thank you so much. 22.99 euros super sticker. Thank you so much for hopping on the show and just being JB. The chairman speaking there in the clip is like our modern day Mr. Potter. Ah, Mr. Potter, yes, I know what you mean. Okay. Thank you, Dick Insider. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's a really great beat. Yeah. Davey, no fun monies for the nice guy. Yeah. Well, seems to be my fate in life. I don't get the fun monies. Yeah. All right, let's do one more and then we'll close out the show. Maybe we'll see after the show how it goes. Let me this is a classic. I have to remove this. It's so complicated.
What exactly is projection in psychology terms? Projection is a subconscious defense mechanism in psychology where an individual attributes their own unacceptable thoughts, feelings, motives, or traits onto another person. Instead of acknowledging their own uncomfortable emotions, such as anger or insecurity, the person projects them outward, accusing others of feeling or acting that way. Only truly sick and fucked up demented people use projection, simply because they do not want others to know about their demented thoughts, so they consistently project them onto others. Demented degenerates often use projection because they are ashamed of their own feelings, or they have a deep, sick and twisted mind they try to hide. The problem with people that project often is it really hides nothing. It just shows their true feelings of what they want and how they want it.
All right. Tonight, you can expect another hate tirade, and that's okay. All right, let's get back to the comments here. Yeah, no fun monies for the nice guy. It's, you know, my banking account, it's negative $151. I got notified by the bank today, an email. Negative 151 balance in my account. Negative $151 in my checking account. Negative 151 in my checking. I got the message today. Yep. Exactly. Red face. Right. The most normal of the deranged. Okay. 21K for the nice guy. Well, you know, all right. Morty's a nice guy. Should have been played at the Super Bowl. Probably. Yeah, I didn't see the Bad Bunny. I don't want to see it. I don't even want to know about it. I saw a note, a tweet that Trump put out, a tweet or Truth Social or wherever he posts. I saw it on Instagram about how disgusting and disgraceful the halftime show was, and he explained why, you know, so excellently. You know, it's all true. Yeah. Jesus, the poor animals. Yeah. Well, I'm faced with a situation of either continuing the show or stopping the show and having, Jesus, a late lunch. It's 4:05. Damn. It's 27 viewers, so I don't want to leave because there's people watching. How about we square up your negative balance in exchange for a wrench? McLobster, you've been smoking too much of that blueberry kush, whatever it's called. Stop sniffing the glue, McLobster. Okay, Davey, how about we square up the negative balance in exchange? Well, $250 is the wrench cost. That would pay off. That would zero out the negative bank balance and plus give me some fun money. So $250 is extremely fair. You know, look what you get for it. Power and control over everybody on these comments. Right. Yeah, right. Especially all the number of EDMs, EDMMs, and everyday DM, everyday decamillionaires watching these shows. You know, and some extra money for the weed. I mean, look, if I was able to cough up, and I literally mean cough up, $85 to Cash App Watch Nicholas so he can go to the weed store, which I did, okay, for which he said he would love me forever, which clearly didn't work out. You know, clearly didn't mean what he said, you know. But if I, you know, Pauper Morty were able to cough up $85, you know, on a Cash App for Watch Nick so he could get on his scooter and go and buy get on his scooter and go to the weed store and pick up some weed, you know, or send him another $50 that same month, or 75, so he could go to the liquor store and stock up on beer and shit. Then people could the $250 is more than generous and reasonable, right? Right. You forgot. Well, you know, weed love never lasts. Well, that's exactly the case. Exactly. They thank you for buying me the fix. Now fuck off. Right. Well, he's got the hundreds of thousands that he uses for his investment fund. So clearly, yeah. Right. Davey, wow, in my Lux voice. Right. Okay. Let's put some music on. Oh, the whale music is on. That's why. Wow. I'll tell you what, I'll keep the show going, but I need a little refreshment coffee break. And maybe some of the viewers need a toilet break as well. So let's just put on a video, not one of those videos, but a different one. And I'll be back after a brief coffee break. And we're back. Yeah, that was terrific. I needed that break. I got a coffee refill, and I had a couple bites of Kung Pao chicken, which I've got in the fridge. And it's not like George Costanza, George, like it's chicken spicy. It's a very mild spice, so it's okay. But I'm not a Kung Pao guy. But yeah. All right, let's bring something up on the screen. Jesus, it's a blank screen. That's no good. One second, please, and we'll get back in gear here. We'll get back on all three cylinders in just a moment. There's the official photograph of the Jack's chicken sandwich, and that's the real thing. That is from Jack's himself, authorized by Jack's. That's the Jack's chicken sandwich here at the YouTube Morty's Diner YouTube celebrity menu. I mean, I could go for that sandwich right now. That really looks good. So, all right. I could go for some apple pie would be great too. Right after the sandwich, a piece of apple pie. Slice, yeah. Thank you, Dickens. All right. Well, I'm just going to stay here until I can get Cash App or Ko-Fi of 151 for the poor box. Oh, Davey, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Davey, for the channel support, channel membership, even with the occasional put down. Thank you. There you go. I got to talk like Much Nicholas. The problem is I'm not going to get that $9.99 minus the 30% till the 21st of next month. I got to pay off my negative balance fast. Send money now. The show needs guests and money. Yeah. By the way, well, no, I'm not going to say that. But anyway, thank you very much, Davey Smalls. All right, let's get the invite link back up if anybody would like to join. That was a hell of a segment before with JB and Aussie Expat. So maybe Aussie Expat really is more beyond me politically, in certain areas. Yeah. But this what was it called? Third Way, whatever it was. I don't know about that. Now, pre-American Revolution in Virginia, Thomas Jefferson was for drilling holes in the nose of somebody who committed incest or adultery. I think it was adultery. He actually said, drill a hole in that person's nose to mark them as someone who was adulterous. Now, I'm not going for that, okay? I do believe in execution or lifetime prison in Leavenworth for traitors. That's what the Constitution says, and I'm all for that, Drilling holes in someone's nose, no, that's cruel and unusual punishment. Like watching some of those YouTube channels, it's cruel and unusual punishment. But putting people in public stocks, like in Colonial Williamsburg, I don't know. Dunking stool to see who's a witch and who's not a witch, that's excessive. That's a little bit excessive. But yeah, anyway, okay. Let's get some music in the background. Oh, that's really nice. I like Chinese food. Speaking of Kung Pao chicken, I like sweet and sour chicken, but that's an American Chinese thing. It's not really real Chinese food. But to make sweet and sour chicken so it's just right, most restaurants can't do that. The flavor is terrible. The chicken is, the shrimp is stringy, you know. How about the turkey? Yeah, no. Get sweet and sour shrimp, sweet and sour chicken. It's really good, but people have the restaurants back in New York, Cantonese style. They made it the best. And as I've traveled throughout the country, I mean, most times it's just not good. It's like egg foo young. The best egg foo young I've ever had was back in New York, Long Island restaurants. You would think most Chinese restaurants could make good egg foo young, but it's oftentimes comes out inedible. In fact, now that I mentioned, I remember one time, I think I was living in Dallas. I went to a Chinese restaurant for egg foo young, and I got home and I vomited it all up. Clearly, it was not good, you know. But yeah. Why are they not prosecuting people in the Epstein files? Well, I saw a thumbnail news story of Trump being a little bit dissatisfied with the slow pace that Pam Bondi, Attorney General, is moving along at. And the Obama case too, which is just pure treason. It's all documented. It's treason. And why have these people not been arrested? Handcuffed, arrested, charged. I don't know. And it's moments like this, I wish I were Attorney General, because I would be sending out U.S. Marshals en masse and picking these people up and handcuffing them, and it's time for them to face justice. And I don't know why Trump hasn't gotten this done with Pam Bondi. The evidence is just overflowing, overwhelming. Man. And I'm also including any and all Democrat or Republican corrupt politicians who are treasonous. You know, that pervert from California, Adam, what's his face? That's treason and general deviance and perversion, you know. Adam Schiff, absolute traitor. Yeah, well, it's just, yeah. Davey, I think Bill and Hillary are testifying in Congress next week. Well, they refused to show up the first time they were, so now they're going to show up. But everything they're going to say is lie, lie, lie. That's their law school training at Yale. Lie, deny, 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 deny. So the only way to get the truth out of those two people is by using drugs or Portuguese, what was that called? The Portuguese Inquisition techniques like the rack, you know. Otherwise, you're not going to get any truth out of those people. I'm not saying they should be put on a rack like in the Tower of London or, you know, or whipped into confession. I'm not necessarily against that in certain cases, but no, those days are over. But the CIA has drugs which will have them speaking the truth, you know, truth serums and stuff like that. You know, or just have them sweat it out. Put them in a room and just play, you know, Lil Wayne music nonstop with images of Rosie O'Donnell flashing on the walls. And soon enough, they'll crack and spill their guts, you know. Yeah, Adam Schiff, Shifty Schiff, a deviant, pervert, and a traitor by every definition in the book. He committed treason. Huh? ABC.com. Hello there. I hear there was a coffee break just now. Make it to go. All right, coming right up. So I bought a different brand of coffee this time. I usually buy Peet's. That's Peet apostrophe S. I usually buy Peet's House Blend or Peet's Brazilian. It's called Single Origin Brazilian. And I think they're distributed nationally, that brand, Peet's. Yeah, in fact, Doc's report was able to find that at the Florida Walmart. So Peet's is a national brand. And it's good. It works. Sometimes I buy a different brand. So this time I bought Gevalia, which is a Sweden-based brand, though I don't know where this coffee actually came from. But I bought their house roast or whatever. It's okay. I like the Peet's better. But one time Gevalia has this website, this deal where if you sign up, they'll send you a free coffee maker as long as you pay for 4 bags of coffee. Then they throw in the coffee maker for free. I mean, it's really amazing. I did this in the 90s back in LA, me and my Korean, wife, girlfriend, whatever. And she couldn't believe it. They give you a free coffee maker too? And I said, yeah, well, you have to buy at least 4 packages, 4, 1 pound bags of coffee, and you get the free thing. She goes, so she bought it too. And they had one blend on their website. And you can look it up. It's a Gevalia. I'll type it in here. And if people don't know how to spell it or don't know it, Gevalia coffee from Sweden. And one of their packages was called Signature Roast. And that was one of the greatest coffees I've ever had. So if you do subscribe to Gevalia Coffee on their website, get the Signature Roast. It was incredible. I mean, just unbelievable. Their traditional roast, I bought that one. It was so-so. And this one, their house blend or whatever they call it, yeah, it's just 5 or 6. Yeah, pretty much average 5 or 6 out of 10. Yeah, and but the Gevalia thing, if you don't have a coffee, because I didn't have a coffee maker at the time, for whatever reason I don't remember. So I said, yeah, I'll go ahead. And she bought one too, and we bought like 8 packages of coffee, and the Signature Roast was fantastic. In fact, I'm going to look up that website to see if they still do that, and it was really good. Hey, Brent. You like what? Do you know what you buy? Do you buy Gevalia coffee currently? Melinda left Bill because she knows what was happening. Subpoena the biatch. I agree. Take all these people down. Bill Gates, the guy's a computer programmer, right? And he's telling everyone what to do with medicine and drugs and viruses, and shut the fuck up. I mean, all the while he's cavorting with underage Russian girls. Is this a story? Russian prostitutes infected with STDs. That's right. Which I don't disapprove of. I mean, if I were a billionaire, I'd be out cavorting with Russian supermodels on a daily basis. But I'd have them checked first for STDs before consummating the arrangement. Kona Blend in Hawaii is the best coffee I ever had. Well, I lived in Hawaii for a year or so, and I explored all the different the coffee in Hawaii. I never knew that people in Hawaii were so into coffee. I mean, it's so fucking hot and sunny down there, but coffee is just like everywhere. It's unbelievable. But a lot of Kona Blend is different than just the Kona single origin. But there are many great coffees. And crappy coffees in Hawaii. You got to get the right brand. Mike the Snake probably farms the best coffee. I didn't know that. I had a gas station coffee, and I don't remember where it was. It was Boyd's Coffee. It was in Oregon. No. It was in San Francisco. Boyd's Coffee, Boyd apostrophe S. And we got it at a gas station, me and the same Korean person, and it was so fucking good. This was in the 90s, and Boyd's Coffee was for decades a major Portland coffee company with supermarket space in every supermarket here in the Northwest, and I don't see it anymore. They have zero shelf space. I don't know if they're even in business anymore. They might have gotten just, I don't know. The coffee business is tough. Does America have Cafe Nero? No, I've never heard of that. You buy the Gavalia Colombian blend. Okay, they don't have that at the supermarket. They only have house blend, traditional roast, and one other I don't know. But if I see it, I'll buy that. Thank you, Brent. Good info. Morty, you don't want the Gates and Clintons testifying seriously. Your boy T is all over those files. Bullshit. It's bullshit. There's nothing on Trump with Jeffrey Epstein. Nothing negative at all. He's never been to the island. He never flew on the Lolita Express 27 times like Bill did, or Bill Gates or Bill Clinton, He never gave STDs to any of his wives or girlfriends from Russian prostitutes. He never trafficked in, child trafficking, and he never engaged in cannibalism and all this shit, satanic rituals. It's all bullshit. Dickens, did you ever hear when Curly yelled for his wife to make him a tea with 1 equal packet? I found that was a very soy moment. I actually said that word. Right? Did you ever hear when Curly yelled for his wife to make him a tea with 1 equal packet? If I had heard that back when, I don't remember that. Is that on a clip of a show that I have in my archive? It's possible, but I'd have to go through thousands of hours to find that. But that's an interesting comment there. Love Hawaii. You get off the plane and are immediately hit with that beautiful warm breeze. Amazing. Well, yeah, I can see why you say that, and you're absolutely right. But what I remember is getting off the plane, because I flew there from Japan with a friend. And as soon as we walked out of the airport, being hit with this giant blast of heat and unbelievably intensely bright sunlight. It's unbelievable. Like, whoa. Oh, it's incredible. It is so bright and hot in Hawaii. And the humidity, I don't remember. But I remember the incredible heat and sunshine. The winter months, December and January, were actually pretty nice. It gets foggy and cloudy and rain, some heavy rain, which was really nice. But 7-Eleven has great coffee. Great kofifi. There's a 7-Eleven in Santa Monica on Wilshire Boulevard, 1 block from Lincoln, 1 block west of Lincoln. And I drove by there thousands of times. And you'll often see famous people in there just going in for a coffee. You pull in, get a 7-Eleven coffee and get back in their luxury car and continue on. Yeah, that's true. Absolutely true. JT, crappy coffee. Great name for you if Morty's Diner becomes stale. Well, okay. There was that brand I mentioned months ago, a Portland coffee company, is called Gay Awakenings Coffee. I showed that on my show as the official coffee of the diner. It's made by a gay coffee. It's a gay coffee company product, a gay coffee company here in Portland. It appeals to drag show people and trannies and, all the they, thems. It's real. Gay Awakenings Coffee. You Google it. Gay Awakenings Coffee. Face Blast Kofifi. That's the brand. That's the name for it, man. Face Blast. Yeah, give me the Face Blast. Give me a large Face Blast. Extra strong. 4 shots. Give me a 4-shot Face Blast. Extra strong. Right. He was very judgmental of our boy, Ben Franklin. Who was very judgmental? I haven't mentioned Benjamin Franklin. Jack's what? Tea is big in India, which is also a hot country. Well, you see, that's absolutely correct. So that was just a moment of stupidity or naivete when I couldn't believe how incredibly popular coffee was in Hawaii, which of course includes iced coffee as well, but as well as spam. Finding out that Hawaiians are just fanatics about spam is absolutely unbelievable. It's everywhere. Everywhere there's spam. It's face blast coffee, extra hot, 4 shots, if you know what I mean. Old timey. Boyd's used to be great. It's owned or run by Farmer Brothers, okay, now, and is mid compared to what it used to be. There's a brand of coffee I had in North Texas called Farmer Brothers. It was the most vile swill I've ever tasted. It was just, I wouldn't serve that to a chain gang. Farmer Brothers coffee from Texas. Oh my God. Boyd's was the coffee company in Portland. The coffee company. And now I don't see it in the supermarket anymore. So I'm going to look into that, and they used to have coffee shops. When I first came here in the 90s, there were some Boyd coffee shops scattered around Portland. One in the Pearl District I remember going to, in fact. Correct. Dick Insider. At my job, they had this coffee vending machine, and it's such a dumb-looking machine and old, but it makes good coffee drinks. Okay. Yeah. ABC.com. Actually, it's these independent cafes that do excellent coffee. You know, that's very true. Seattle as well. There are many just one-person, one-person-owned shops. That's not what I mean. Just a single coffee shop, independently owned, that use well-selected and well-sourced coffee, and they're very, very good. Way better. You can't compare them at all to Starbucks slop. Yeah. Morty, I've been lucky enough to hike and backpack Kauai and the Big Island. I much prefer the outer islands to Oahu. Yeah. Now, thing about Hawaiian coffee is Kauai, one of the islands, has a coffee business too, but Kauai is not famous for their coffee. Okay. So if you see a Kauai coffee in the supermarket and go, whoa, Hawaiian coffee, it's no big deal. It's the Kona coffee from the Big Island, Hawaii. That's the precious Hawaiian coffee, not the Kauai coffee. So don't be fooled by the packaging design. Trump is referenced 38,000 times in the files, according to Google AI. So what does that mean? So every time Bill Clinton said, fucking Trump, or Hillary Clinton said, fuck Trump, so every time that Trump's name is there, what does that mean? Yeah, means nothing. Means absolutely nothing. Many gangsters, one thing mafia hitmen all have in common? They all used to drink milk. So what? And heroin addicts, they all used to be milk drinkers. Maybe they still are. So, incredible. All right. Exactly. Bateman, Mr. Bateman, bet they'd have Ben and Jerry's ice cream at a shithole like that. What place? What shithole? I missed something. Yeah, I used to like Ben and Jerry's ice cream. This is going back into the 90s. Their Cherry Garcia really tastes good. I mean, I used to really like their Cherry Garcia and the Chunky Monkey, which is banana-flavored ice cream with chocolate chips and maybe little pieces of walnut, maybe. It was great, incredibly sugary sweet. But later on, I found out about this Ben and Jerry guy. I think one of them passed away from heart disease. Who owned one of the founders, Ben or Jerry? I'm pretty sure on that. But I found out what kind of deranged liberal political wackos these two guys are or were, and I stopped buying their products. So I haven't bought Ben and Jerry's ice cream in probably 20 years. Yeah. Though their stuff is, and look at the packaging. They feature on Jimmy Kimmel ice cream, Richard Colbert ice cream. Who's that athlete who, the football or basketball player with the big afro who is a total America hater? Though he makes tens of millions of dollars, he hates America. They gave him a flavor of ice cream. So that company, Ben and Jerry's, is just completely deranged liberal, run by deranged liberals. I don't buy their shit at all. Who's that basketball player? His name begins with a K. And he was sponsored by Nike and all these gigantic sponsorship contract deals. And but he's a real American hater, a deranged guy. Haagen-Dazs has less lethal ingredients than Ben and Jerry's. My favorite ice cream, if I were going to go and buy a container of ice cream, I really, and I don't do it often because it's just not healthy. I really like Haagen-Dazs vanilla chip. That's your basic vanilla ice cream with chocolate chips. They actually put in real chunky pieces of chocolate chips. It's really good. The chocolate chip is really, really good too. But if I had to pick one, I'd say Haagen-Dazs vanilla chip. It's really good. Pavel, where were you today, Bateman? Jax was basically in tears and ended his show 90 minutes early. Yeah. Now, I'm not going to pick on Bateman, but I saw something he did yesterday, which, I'm not even going to say a scratch my head kind of moment, but just, I don't get it. I'm not going to get into it, though. Davey Smalls, I bought Haagen-Dazs today, 2-pint containers for $6 at Safeway. Yeah, that's the guy. That's the guy, ABC. Thank you. NFL, Colin Kaepernick. Yeah, the guy's America hater, but he gets all these sponsorship deals, and he's got a Ben & Jerry's ice cream flavor, along with the other liberals they support, on their packaging. So, yeah. 2 for $6 is the good sale price when they feature it. Otherwise, it's $5.99 or $6.99 for a pint. And by the way, the pint isn't a pint. It's 14 ounces. Years ago, they changed from 16 to 15 ounces and then to 14 ounces, but it's the same container. Or, no, I guess they reduced the container, too. The product's ingredients were so expensive, they had to offer a smaller size container or raise the price. So they reduced the size to 14 ounces. McLobster, I used to like Haagen-Dazs rum raisin for some reason. Strange idea. I've never had rum raisin. As a matter of fact, when I moved to Dallas in the 80s, early 80s, some girl said, let's go to a Haagen-Dazs shop. I said, really? She goes, hey, let's get some rum raisin. And I'd never heard of it. I said, rum raisin ice cream? Oh, it's great. So we went to a Haagen-Dazs store, and she ordered a rum raisin. And I didn't taste it, and I've never had the rum raisin. It's just, it's like chocolate, what do you call it? Peanut butter chocolate. That just sounds revolting as an ice cream flavor. So I've never tried that from any brand. But, yeah. Yeah, Dirk, not sure every Safeway has the sales, though. Well, yeah, the sales come and go, the 2 for $3. Yeah. I remember 15 years ago when I was buying Red Baron frozen pizza. One time they had the Red Baron frozen pizzas, 5 for $10. Well, like, whoa, fuck. You know, so I bought 5 of them. Then I wound up in the hospital, but that's another story. Haagen-Dazs Belgian chocolate. Yeah, there's also a Belgian chocolate chip by Haagen-Dazs. And I tried that. It was way too intense, way too heavy. I didn't like it as much. All right, JT. A lot of people think Haagen-Dazs is European ice cream because of the Scandinavian sounding name, but it's from Brooklyn. Yeah, it's an extremely good marketing decision, packaging, name, branding. I think it's from, isn't it from New Jersey? It might be from Brooklyn, but I thought it was a New Jersey thing, but okay. This show tackles the issues for real, like for reals. Well, thank you. That's what we do. From New York, right. Yeah. Speaking of tackling the issues, you know what this channel needs? Besides content? You know what the channel needs? Anybody?
The time has come. Why give your money away to people that don't need it? Morty needs the money. It's time to make it rain, bitches. Morty's Diner. Why give your money away to support a lifestyle? Give it to someone that needs it, appreciates it, and respects it.
Come on, but like, dude, what do? I lost so much money. Seriously, I didn't know I could lose this much money this fast. I'm so pissed. I lost so much money today, so much money yesterday. I lost like 3 Yacht Masters in like a couple days. 3 Yacht Masters. 3 Yacht Masters. 3 Yacht Masters. 3 Yacht Masters.
All right. Yeah, I just finished a second 16-ounce coffee, and my hands are starting to shake now. So I may have overdone the caffeine a little bit, but hey, what difference does it make? All right, let's get back on the comments. Yeah, we're face blasting coffee, extra deep. Right. JT, man, how's it going? Right. Hey, JT, $2 Aussie. Channel support. Thank you very much, JT. Rain, well, here's one drop at least. Thank you so much. That helps my mental state and keeps me motivated to trudge on. Despite the haters. Waiting for the day that 21K waiting for the day that 21K comes through. Well, as I've mentioned, I never expected, I didn't expect anyone. No one's ever going to pay what's on do the penance list thing. No one. But it was a great original content. But I do mean what I say with that. Okay. So if those people do penance, then they'll be welcome back, readmitted to the diner. So I am truthful about that, but I don't expect anyone to do that, right? They'd rather give away their money to those hate channels. Okay. The tread life is running low on these clips. Davey, you're doing it again. How many times have you watched Baby Cow on the Nick channel? 100, 500, 1,000? How about the docs on an island in, on that hate channel? How many times have you seen that clip? How many times have you seen the TW clip where he's floating around like a balloon? Or how many times have you seen the clip of me that was stolen from my channel that's played over the picture of O'Sheen smoking a cigar? How many times have you seen that clip played? And you never say anything, never said anything about, gee, they're showing this too many times. Not only stealing content, but, how many times? You don't say anything. Nobody does. Only on this channel people say these things. I'm going to sniff and groan. Watch Nick blowing his trust. Fun gambling on stocks is oddly karmic and satisfying. Yeah, I've heard things as we all have over the last couple of months. He's got $600,000 to $800,000 at his disposal to use for funds and for investment, stock. And I heard him say he has multiple six figures available for stock fund money, Bitcoin investment fund money. It's just mind-blowing. And I can't even balance my bank account, which is negative 151. Unbelievable. It's just tragic. All right. All right, that's the Doc sandwich, by the way. Let's take that down. And I think I have something else I wanted to show. Oh, yeah. People were asking about this before. That's the penance list. And as I've mentioned, it's a volatile market out there. Lots of fluctuation in pricing and valuations of certain items. So that's where it stands today. Watch Nicholas. All I noticed is, some time ago, 5150 for Watch Nicholas. Kind of like, gee, that's, kind of works. Yeah, there you go. Anyway, all right. Got 26 people watching, so thanks everybody for watching Morty's Diner. Morty's getting tired. 26 views, been here for coming up on 5 hours. 5 hours of hate hate and lying and viciousness. Yeah, exactly, Dirk. 5150. It's incredible. Yeah. I wonder when I wrote in 5150 if subconsciously that's how I came up with the 5150. Because previously he was 5500, I think, or 5450 or something. Viscountess. Yeah. Oh, incredible. Yeah. I've got to tell you, if I myself were an everyday multimillionaire and I was watching this great guy, Morty, pleading for money to balance his bank account, I wouldn't think twice about just sending him a super chat for $151, adding on 30%. Send him an even 200. Just you're doing a great job. Here's 195. Here's 200. But I don't focus on the hate, so I don't get the big donations. That's all I can say. There's no other explanation. I don't have the freak show. Freak shows, that's the business to get into, man. What's 5150 mean? You Google that. 5150 is a hospital or police code for a mental patient. So like the police go out on a call and the guy that the person they're arresting is totally nuts. So when they bring him to the hospital, they'll classify him, or the prison, they'll classify him as 5150, like in a jail or whatever like that. Yeah, well, let's do this right here. I'll type in what is 5150. Van Halen had a record album, 5150. Just saying. My hands are shaking from the caffeine. I can't type. 5150, is the seventh studio album by Van Halen. All right. 5150 is a law code that lets adults be involuntarily held in a mental hospital. Refers to Section 5150 of the 1967 California Welfare and Institutions Code, which says that a person in a mental health crisis can be detained for 72 hours for evaluation in a psychiatric facility. There you go. Got it. All right. So the invite panel link is up if anybody wants that. And, or we can talk about anything if anybody wants to ask questions or introduce a topic. Lots going on. It's all happening. Yeah. Rich Mitch, I've been craving garlic for a few days. What does the diner serve that is garlic heavy? Gee. I don't know. I'm going to have to ask the chef. Our chef, by the way, was hired right out of Joliet State Prison in Illinois. He was in the kitchen there for 5 years cooking, and he learned some great kitchen cuisine skills. So we're proud to have him. He's a guy who's redeemed himself, who really became has rehabilitated himself. Unlike others, who never will become rehabilitated. Yeah. What goes great with a heavy garlic? Maybe pasta, some kind of pasta with a garlic, or the souvla seco is garlic heavy from the tzatziki. I can't speak. Man, I'm tired. Garlic fries. There you go. Excellent. Yeah. Actually, really, you've been craving garlic? I've never had ever a sensation of, gee, I'm really kind of craving garlic. Wow. I like garlic bread. Garlic bread is great if it's really good. You know, if you take some white bread and put on some margarine and sprinkle on some garlic powder from Safeway, that's not going to work. Do you know who Marco Pierre White is? No, I don't. Will you tell us? Let's take a look. An English chef, restaurateur, and television personality. He's earned 3 Michelin stars. Okay. He's been called the first celebrity chef and the enfant terrible of the British restaurant scene. Wow, okay. I wonder how his Yorkshire pudding is. I bet you it's pretty damn good. Treatment. During his early career working in the kitchen at Harvey's, he regularly ejected patrons from the restaurant if he took offense at their comments. Hey, my kind of guy. When a customer asked if he could have chips with his lunch, White hand-cut and personally cooked the chips, but charged the customer £25 for his time. Wow. During his time at Harvey's, White would regularly act unpredictably, throwing cheese plates onto the wall to assaulting his head chef who had recently broken his leg. He later said that he used to go fucking insane. Amazing. All right, there you go. Good information. Marco Pierre White is the man who taught all the TV chefs. Well, apparently so, yeah. Jimmy, one of the best comebacks I've heard on Gordon Ramsay's show, one of the contestants said to the other, "You guys cook like old people fight." Right. All right. Rich Anthony Bourdain wrote quite a bit. Rich Anthony Bourdain wrote quite a bit about him. He was famous for humiliating his staff. Oh, kind of like a guy on a YouTube channel, right? He's mellowed out now, but the food remains absolutely impeccable. There's a YouTube video of him preparing a bolognese sauce, and he says it's best served after 3 days. And by God, he's right. Wow. Amazing. The texture on that dial is amazing. I wish I could see one of these in person, you know? But no, there's no store that would sell this watch here, and I'd have to go to a big city to find this watch. I'm sure places in Las Vegas sell this watch, stores there. Or California, of course, you know. Campers, Morty, how many proper nouns or people's names are banned in the chat? Well, I don't know. I'd have to go and take a look. His temper was legendary. He was diagnosed with something and got treatment and out of the business. Sorted him out. You've seen his Oxford Union speech. Yeah, never heard of the guy prior to 5 minutes ago. Hmm. A 5-hour show. Oh man, and I need a piss break, like bigly. So let's take a piss break here. Be right back. Wow, just made it. Just got back in time, and that was a rewarding piss break. Okay. McLobster, rich people who haven't worked in that kind of militant French kitchen system don't understand the intensity. It's shaped all modern restaurants. Does that include Del Taco and Burger King? Chick-fil-A? Boy, you know, channel has become, it feels good here at the diner without sick, insane, demented, twisted, hallucinating, brain-addled people who used to show up here. So the penance is working well. Plus the ban button. Morty, what do you think of Mito watches? I've looked at their website, not in a long time, but yeah, Mito's not sold in the U.S. It's not in their market. Well, maybe somebody sells them, but they're certainly not known here at all. And some of them look fine. I think they're in the same category of like Certina or Hamilton. You know, like 750 to 1250 price range, around there for the average Mito. Yeah, they're fine. It's another Swatch brand. Haven't seen the Bear Clooney? No, he's disappeared, to his credit. He hasn't entered back into the asylum for quite a while. Does he watch shows? Who knows? If Trump pardons Ghislaine Maxwell, will you speak out? Okay, that's a legit question. There's no conceivable reason to give her a pardon. But then again, I would say there's no conceivable reason to give people like Sammy Gravano and these people who have killed 10, 20, 30 people a pardon. Or not a pardon, but a deal, you know, like these people have gotten where they're back out living their life again, you know, after serving a certain prison term. But if there were a situation where she was able to provide unqualified, factually proven, provable claims about everything she knows, should she be considered for a pardon? If by her coming forth and giving out unbelievable information about people like Bill Gates, the Clintons, you know, all the Epstein Island people, the child sacrifices, the devil worshippers, the child cannibals, the cannibals who eat children's bodies, and the sex traffickers, and that information was successfully used to have these people sentenced, then I think he could consider that. But for the most part, no, unless what I just described was something that would come up, then yeah, he could consider that. Would I trade the Obamas, Clinton, and on life sentences in Leavenworth for Ghislaine Maxwell to be pardoned? Yes, I would. I would consider that. Now, which prison does Big Mike go to? The men's prison or the women's prison? Well, of course, the men's prison. It's just no question there. I don't care for the name. It's funny, AC3 used to have to sell them. Oh, Mito watches. Yeah, it's a weird name, right? Certina is an interesting name because it doesn't mean anything, does it? But it looks like a word, you know, like Seiko. Certina is an interesting brand name. Blaine, hello. I strongly encourage you to watch the latest episode of the Tim Dillon Show. He has a great take on this very subject. Okay, I don't know who that is. Let me look him up, and I'll save that to look at later. YouTube, the Tim Dillon Show. All right. Okay, I'll save that and I'll check it later. Very good. Thanks for the info. I wonder if anybody who watches the Tim Dillon Show live streams ever gets in his chat and says, "Hey, you know, you should look at the Morty's Diner channel. That guy makes very interesting comments, kind of like you do on the very same subjects." Yeah, well, whatever. I think that Kung Pao chicken I had for dinner last night is finally passing through my intestines. I can feel it. But I'll be able to hold on for a while longer. Ah, very funny. Okay, very good. Thank you. All right. I haven't gone outside today. This is bad. Too much sitting in the chair is not good. Let's check my phone now for any cash apps that might have come in, any Ko-Fis or any hate mail. Nothing. Oh. Dick Insider. Can Aussie Expat do a show with you about why Bitcoin is secure? Especially about this Savannah Guthrie mom kidnapping. I haven't followed the Savannah Guthrie kidnapping story at all. I really don't have any information on it to talk about. And the topic, why Bitcoin is secure, is a great topic. I don't know anything about that. Ozzy certainly would. Yeah. Dickens, I always mention your show on the Glenn Beck chats. Oh, really? Thank you very much. That's awfully nice of you. It's lost half its value in 6 months. Is that secure? I don't know. What if you look at precious metals? Are there ever times where the price of gold, silver, platinum, whatever, goes down 50% and then comes back and increases? I don't know. I haven't tracked it. Yeah. Okay, well, that will sound good to me if you ever wanted to do a show on that. Or Watch Reporter. Watch Reporter might have a lot of information or comments on that. I don't know if Watch Reporter watches my channel. I look at his channel. I watch his stuff. Some of it's pretty fucking funny. So I'm currently watching a movie. I found it on YouTube 2 days ago. I'm about halfway through. It's a British film from, I guess, the 60s. I forgot the title. It stars a German actor, Hardy Kruger, who most people don't know who he is. And it's about, he's a German pilot in World War II. He crashes in England and he gets sent to prison camps, German prisoner of war camps, and he keeps trying escape. He keeps escaping, and it's a pretty good film. Not exceptional, but it's pretty good. And I'm only halfway through with that. Maybe I'll finish that tonight. "2013 called, and they'd like their basic Bitcoin questions answered, please." You know, I was in Seattle like 15 years ago, 13 years ago. I was taking a taxi ride somewhere, and the driver started talking to me about Bitcoin. Yeah, this had to be 15 years ago, and I'd never heard of it. And he's talking all about it, how he was buying as much as he could every week, you know, every month. I said, I really don't know anything about it. I never heard of it before. He goes, oh man, yeah. So that taxi driver is probably retired and living on a private island now. But that's a true story. The guy was telling me he was buying it up 15 years ago. Unbelievable. Can't they trace the wallets? I don't know. Got 15 thumbs up today. That's pretty nice. Yes, Pavel, I want answers in terms of Savannah Guthrie. Yeah, I don't know anything about that story. I think I'm going to end the show in a few minutes because I'm shaking from the caffeine and no food. Like Lobster, I met someone who was waiting tables and was tipped 10 Bitcoins back in the day. It was worthless at the time and they lost track of them. Unbelievable. Yeah. Yeah, amazing. I wonder if I can find that movie that I was watching. It was pretty decent. I saw a YouTube clip of a movie from 10 or 15 years ago starring Frank Langella. It looked actually pretty decent. It was called Robot and Frank. Anybody ever see that movie, Robot and Frank? Yeah, it's set in the near future. An ex-jewel thief receives a gift from his son, a robot butler programmed to look after him, but soon the two companions try their luck in a heist. It looked pretty good. Guy Gadouin. Mort's still going. Unbelievable. Yeah, but I'm going to wrap it up because I need food and a BJ. So I'm going to wrap it up pretty soon. Morty, do you like Tony Levin's bass work? Just took interest in the stuff recently. Did he used to play with Van Halen? Not in the band Van Halen, but with Eddie Van Halen. Because I think I might know who that is. And is he a weird looking guy? Let me look. Let me see. Let me see who he is. I don't know anything about his music, or I've heard the name. Is that the guy? Yeah, I don't know anything about him. Yeah. But there was some video I saw where he played bass with Van Halen on some show or something. I don't know. Most notably with Peter Gabriel. Okay. Yeah, in terms of bass guitar, the be-all and end-all of bass playing is Jack Bruce. Case closed. My opinion. Well, I think it's fact, but I'm open to other people putting in one or two other names, but he was the greatest and most important. All right, closing the show in 2 minutes. So 2 minutes, going to wrap it up. Buckethead. I've watched Buckethead videos. He's an amazing guitar player. But not my music, not my thing, but he's pretty amazing.
Even the truly majorly insane have moments of clarity. It is not often, but sometimes they can get it right when they truly know the truth, and it is outwardly communicated outside of the fantasy land in which they live. This is the demented and deranged. A moment of clarity.
mental fucking illness is everywhere in this fucking whole. I gotta honestly say, my assessment, I think Crappie's the most normal fucking person out of everybody.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point. You know, he's a nice guy.
I gotta honestly say, my assessment, I think Crappie's the most normal fucking person out of everybody.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point. You know, he's a nice guy.
He is a nice guy. Even the crazies know he is a nice guy. A sane guy. That Morty, he is a nice guy. The asylum knows that Morty is a nice guy.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point. You know, he's a nice guy.
Mental fucking illness is everywhere in this fucking whole.
The demented, the deranged, no Morty is a nice guy.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point. You know, he's a nice guy.
Mental fucking illness is everywhere in this fucking whole. I gotta honestly say, my assessment, I think Crappie's the most normal fucking person out of everybody.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point.
I gotta honestly say, my assessment, I think Crappie's the most normal fucking person out of everybody.
Yeah, that Morty. Oh, he's a nice guy. Nice guy. The demented, the deranged, no more. There is a nice guy. Even the crazies know. Nice guy. Nice guy.
Yep, even the demented and deranged know Morty's a nice guy. All right, incredible. Blaine, you're knocking it out of the park with these videos, Morty. Yeah, these are phenomenally creatively done videos. What a team I have! Incredible. Thank you. Good guy approved. Pavel, any chance restarting in about 6 hours? That would be about midnight. Doing so would send Jax into another depressive tailspin for my own personal edification. No, when I wrap up, I'm done for the night. I'm going to have dinner, get a BJ, and watch an old movie. Have yourself a refreshing sarsaparilla to celebrate the day. Oh, thank you. All right. Best burger this side of the Milky Way. Wow. Amazing. Oh, listen. We got videos stacked up in the pipeline. Okay, stacked up. So don't worry about that. Hang on, Pavel. Right. He is a nice guy. Boris, this clip has been approved by the Chicago Electrical. Yeah, right. Okay. Morty crushing it today in the big guys times. Who's the big guy? AC3? Nah. Fight fire with fire, baby. You ever see that Andy Griffith episode with Don Knotts? I forgot the episode, the story of the episode, but Barney Fife says to Andy, he says, Andy, I forgot what it was. He goes, you know, how do you fight fire with, how do you fight fire? And Andy goes, with water? He goes, no, you fight fire with fire. And I forgot that episode, but I remember that scene. Don Knotts as Barney Fife is without question in the top 5 of all TV comedy characters since the beginning of television. It's an absolute fact. Top 10, I mean, with no question. I would put him in the top 5. Yeah. Hurritan, Morty must fight fire with fire. He doth not turn the other cheek. One of these days, I've got to get together with Hurricane, sit down over a bowl of poutine and a Labatt spear and work things out with this guy. Like item number one, the guy is a everyday deca millionaire. Why doesn't he just send me some money so I can balance out my negative balance checking account? You know, which is minus 151 today. Things like that, you know. I can bring him a gift here from the Northwest. I can bring him a Sasquatch t-shirt and some tuna fish caught in Oregon waters, caught and canned in Oregon. Yeah, Mr. Furley, that was all right, I guess. But Barney Fife was, yeah. Barney Fife might be, I can't say the best, but he might be the best comedy character in all of television. I mean, Kramer, unbelievable. You know, so it's hard to pick one. You can't pick one, but Barney Fife is absolutely, with Don Knotts, incredible. Dickens, Morty, people think you're rich, very rich. Well, you see, that's absolutely amazing because other people who get massive mega channel support, they are rich or mega rich. So even if I were at that same level of wealth that those other people, other channel hosts allegedly are, I would at least get something similar, but I don't, you know. And if I was a pauper, poverty, penniless guy with a negative balance bank account, you'd think that would stimulate some action, you know, but no, nothing. Just, you know, bits and pieces, you know. And I appreciate whatever I get, but yeah, it's just amazing. What happened to the general wealth, bucko? The generational wealth. Oh, it's still there in the bank account in the Hamptons. Mr. La Jolla. Well, that money's in my bank account in La Jolla, right? Dickens. Who is getting massive mega bucks? Davey sent $4.99 and he was show sponsor for Archie. Well, $4.99 to me, that's mega bucks. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Mortimer lives in the bird streets. No, I don't, but I know what you mean. Right. Hurricane. Yeah, Nikki told us you live in the Hollywood Hills. I live in the Hollywood Hills. That's news to me, but okay. I spent lots of time, hundreds of hours in the Hollywood Hills, but I do not have a house in the Hollywood Hills. Boris, what? No voodoo chalk donuts for our neighbors to the north? You know, I could bring them a box of a box of a dozen voodoo donuts, a Sasquatch t-shirt, some caught and canned Oregon tuna fish. What else is there in Portland? An Antifa baseball cap or gas mask, you know. What else? Yeah, I don't know. People think I'm very rich. Well, even if I were very rich, I need the money. I need to balance out my negative bank balance and pay my dental bill. So even though I'm filthy rich, send money now. I need the money. Right. Incredible. All right. Campers, can the viewers expect a show at the same time tomorrow? Well, apparently 12 o'clock turned out to be a good time for a show, which I don't usually do, a noon show. Doc's report was around when I started the show. He said it was a good time. I mean, 12 o'clock for an afternoon show. So takes a tremendous amount of effort, energy, and life essence for me to put one of these shows together in the afternoon. But let's take a look. Magpie, Hurricane, Mega Value, Dodger, McLobster, JB, whoa, show sponsor. Davey Smalls, JT. Thank you for all that support on today's show. I don't know. I'll have to see how I feel when I wake up. Every day when I go to sleep, I don't know. I always think, am I going to wake up tomorrow morning? So that's kind of where my head's at. Campers, I'm off Mondays, so noon on that day works great. Oh, so noon Mondays is a great time for campers. That's interesting. Well, I'm not going to be so crass as to say campers. How about $151 PayPal so I can balance out my negative checking balance? But next Monday, I'll pencil that in, Monday at noon. Yeah. All right. 5 hours and 30 minutes. I don't know if I can keep going. I need a Cadbury's chocolate bar to boost up my energy. I need a Cadbury's chocolate bar and some food. Maybe some McVitie's digestives, chocolate coated. Hello, is this working? Yeah, it's still working. Nice. Who's everyone's favorite? You're okay, Morty. Is that you okay, Morty, or you're okay, Morty? One or the other. Right? Let's see here. Jimmy Mortimer, USA versus Canada in women's hockey tomorrow at the Olympics. Going to be some nasty hair pulling in that one. Oh, cat fight. Wow. Yeah. I didn't even know the Olympics were on right now. I don't follow TV sports at all. Gampers, Cadbury with nuts and raisins is a full meal. Yeah, I have had that a couple times, and it's passable quality. It's okay. It's not as good as the Ritter chocolate nut and raisin one, but what would be? It seems a shame to wrap up the show with 22 decamillionaires watching at the same time. I keep thinking someone there's going to cash at me $151 or $1,000 or a $20,000 wire transfer or send me a Sky Dweller I can sell for cash. But I guess I'm delusional. Well, it's top quality. I mean, there are German, Belgian, Swiss brands of chocolate that are really expensive. But Ritter is top quality, for an easily purchased, easily available brand, easily found brand. I want that Jack's chicken sandwich for dinner, but I want it with French fries and a cup of soup. I think one morning I'm going to wake up and there'll be a Cash App on my phone from Hurricane. It'll say, "You are a good guy, Morty. And here's $500. Of course, I'm delusional, but now all this material is being watched by the lurkers and the haters, you see, and they're all going to be talking about this on the hate streams. So you see, it's all Pavlovian. I push the button here, and they blast out their fury later. It's brilliantly classic, or classically brilliant. Yeah. Man, that really sounds really good right now. A Cadbury nut and raisin. That sounds fantastic. Maybe I can DoorDash that tonight. Just one item. Pay $10 delivery fee for one Cadbury nut and raisin bar. All right, that's it. I gotta have dinner. I didn't even have lunch. 1 minute and I'll wrap up the show. Last chance for insults, put downs, comments, questions, or go fuck yourself comments. Blaine, Morty, you are not unlike our president. Love him, hate him. People can't stop talking about him. You know, you make a very interesting point there, and you're kind of right. People on those other channels, they can't stop talking about the things I talk about. They just penance list, expressions I come up with, content I do, air fryers, Morty and his air fryers, Morty and his sardines. They just can't stop talking about Morty. Usually, though, it's in the most hateful, vicious, sadistic, disturbed, perverted, deviant expression. But now you make a very good point, Blaine. So I saw on Instagram, I just got you just reminded me of Blaine, that there's a new movie that came out called Melania, an authorized movie about Melania Trump. And I have to look that up right after the show. I'm going to look that up. Let me look it up right now. They said it's one of the highest rated first day showings anywhere. Melania movie. What is this? Melania 2026. Okay, so what is this movie? American documentary film that follows Melania Trump in the first 20 days before Trump's second term. Okay. Okay, where's it playing? Released where? It's an Amazon movie. Is that where it is? No, all the liberal media critics have given it terrible reviews. What else do you expect? Okay, I'll look up where that's playing, and maybe I can watch that pretty soon. To the best of my knowledge, I'm not in the Epstein files. Dickens, what are you giving your Valentine, Morty? Well, I don't know what Blondie likes. A couple dozen roses would be nice, you know. And everybody gives red, you know, but I want to be. I like to be different. So, how about orange or yellow or pink or something? I'll have to think it over. It's coming up soon, the 14th. Valentine's Day is the 14th, so it's 5 more days. I don't have much time. I gotta decide. All right, just one more time, and then we're ending the show after the video. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Thanks especially to Aussie Expat and JB for an incredible appearance today. And see everybody on the next show. Bye. Thank you.
Even the truly majorly insane have moments of clarity. It is not often, but sometimes they can get it right when they truly know the truth, and it is outwardly communicated outside of the fantasy land in which they live. This is the demented and deranged. A moment of clarity.
Mental fucking illness is everywhere in this fucking whole. I gotta honestly say, my assessment, I think Crappie's the most normal fucking person out of everybody.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point. You know, he's a nice guy.
I gotta honestly say, my assessment, I think Crappie's the most normal fucking person out of everybody.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point. You know, he's a nice guy.
He is a nice guy. Even the crazies know he is a nice guy. A sane guy. That Morty, he is a nice guy. The asylum knows that Morty is a nice guy.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point. You know, he's a nice guy.
Mental fucking illness is everywhere in this fucking whole.
The demented, the deranged, no Morty is a nice guy.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point. You know, he's a nice guy.
Mental fucking illness is everywhere in this fucking whole. I gotta honestly say, my assessment, I think Crappie's the most normal fucking person out of everybody.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point.
I gotta honestly say, my assessment, I think Crappie's the most normal fucking person out of everybody.
Yeah, that Morty. Oh, he's a nice guy. Nice guy. The demented, the deranged, no more. There is a nice guy. Even the crazies know. Nice guy. Nice guy.
Yeah, Pasta. We're all insane. Well, there's a difference, Pasta, between being insane and being a seditious. Not seditious, my God, that's the Clintons. Being a sadistic, a vile, sodomizing, vicious, vile, animal, mercilessly evil, twisted, sick, twisted. I'm tired. I can't think of the words. Psychopath. That's the word. Yeah. And right. Okay. Got it. All right. Good night, everyone. Thanks for watching. See you later.